Hey, everybody. How are you doing tonight? It is December 5th, 2024. It's a little bit after 6 p.m., and it has been 1,233 days since Michael Vaughan's abduction. Thanks everybody for being here. Hello, Purple. Thank you, Avi, Connie, Yaya for being here. Connie, moderating and everything. I got sent and I was tagged to do a show to bring some awareness to Michael. So that's why we're here tonight. Gonna be flying off of the seat of my pants alone tonight and just go over the case. We're gonna be talking about a lot of stuff, but we're mostly gonna be talking about Michael and just really wishing the Vaughan family well over the holidays. You can see up at the top that there is the let's see, the Vaughan holiday wish list. If anybody would like to click that, it'll take you over to Amazon, and it's just some gifts, that you can purchase for any one of the kids over at the Vaughan's house. I just really appreciate everybody for being here. I see you, Buckeye Mama, Nicole, Connie, middle fingers up is here. Hey man, what's up? I just am so thankful to see so many faces since I haven't been live in such a long time. So it's awesome to see everybody here supporting Michael. And I know that's why you're all here, because when Brandi Neal goes on lives and asks for help, Monkey's Army is going to give help. That is what we're here for, advocating for these missing children and bringing awareness to cases, right? So I want to just put up, this is pretty much what the wish list is. Just a little video. Bugs likes unicorns. She likes rainbows and tie-dye stuff. There is a place here where you can purchase gift cards for the teenagers. Blue's 18. She's doing amazing in school. She's working. Bubba, he likes sweatshirts from what I heard on a live. So, you can purchase some stuff that's on here for Bubba, or you can just purchase a gift card. No gift will be too small. I know Brandi and her family, they're very grateful for anything that you can do. So I just have that up at the top. If anybody wants to grab the link, it's not something that you have to do. I just thought, since it was the holidays and stuff, maybe we could give some help to the family this year. So Monkey's Army is here. That is for sure tonight. And let me tell you, after the show that Brandi did with Purple on Monday, Brandi, Monkey's Army, man, they really, really came and step up to the plate. I know over on Monkey's Missing Children Project of Idaho, Lana posted that Brandi had been introduced to the producers directly from excuse me, to the producers directly from the Nancy Grace show, and was told that Nancy made Monkey a priority and will do a show ASAP. I'm going to add right now to the chat. If you want to click on the link, it will take you over to Lana's Facebook group post. It is an email. It was pre-written, and it's just a statement that they used where you can kind of fill in and put your name at the top and the bottom of this pre-written statement. And this is what they used to send to Nancy Grace. And I'm asking everybody, if you want to copy and paste that email and send it to any other large news affiliates. Let's do it. Let's, News Nation, Crime TV, wherever you feel like somebody might listen, let's take that and run with it, since it worked so very well. Here it is. I'm putting it up right now. Since it worked so very well to get Nancy Grace to go over Michael's case again. Hello, Ginger Peoples. I see you. And Brandi Neal Vaughan, we want you to know that we see you, Mama. We are here for you in any way, shape, or form that you need us. You need live shows, we'll do live shows. You need awareness for Michael, we're going to bring awareness for Michael. Right now, I want to play a little clip from Purple's show. I did shorten it up quite a bit because we're doing a show on Monkey, and I know Brandi well enough to know she doesn't want all of the focus on her. She wants all of the focus on her son. But I do want to play this clip. It is about 10 minutes long. It would have been a lot longer. This is just a conversation that she had with Purple, discussing her health and asking all of us for help.
It's been 3 years, 4 months and 5 days, 1,224 days. Too long. Michael was taken from us on July 27th of 2021. There are 4 named suspects: Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Brandon Shirtliff, Adrian Lucien. They are the named 4 suspects in knowledge, or have knowledge, of what happened to Michael and where Michael is. They're not off the hook. They are still suspects. And they're going to pay. And we're going to get answers, and we're going to get Michael home. I know that everybody's waiting to hear for an update and hear from answers from the DA. So are we. I think maybe more so than everybody. I have been ill, really ill, for quite some time now. I've chalked it up to stress, anxiety, all the things that have come with hell in your own skin for 3 years. Not knowing and not having answers. So I've had to take a step back and really focus on my health. Kind of stay away from social media for a while, still trying to advocate for Michael every day, but trying to give myself a mental break. Because I haven't, and I clearly needed it. And I need everybody's help. I need everybody to cover Michael's case. Still talk about Michael. Michael is still missing. I know we have the 4 suspects named. There has to be more information. I know law enforcement has not stopped. They're still working every single day. Whether it looks like that to everybody on the outside, what matters is we know how dedicated they are in finding Michael and bringing him home, just as much as we are. I don't want Michael not to get justice. I don't want something to get thrown out in what it went to the DA on a technicality, or I want them to make sure and be confident in the facts, the evidence, facts based on law enforcement agencies, many law enforcement agencies, private investigation agencies, they haven't stopped. Neither have Tyler and I. Things look a little bit different right now. Plus side, kids are doing great, 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 great. Bubba just turned 15.
Oh, boy.
And he's 6'1".
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, very tall. Blue just turned 18 last Wednesday.
Wow.
Yeah. And she's working, and she graduates this year, and she's
Awesome.
honor student. And then you got the bugs galloping and wrangling all the animals and stuffed animals throughout the house.
Yeah.
Chasing all the animals, doing all the things. I need more help advocating and keeping Michael's story out there. I've been in and out of the hospital. I have stage 3 liver disease, so I haven't told anybody other than family. You know, people that are close to me have known and have been very discreet. Purple, thank you, Brooks, Anna, everybody that knew have known and been with me on this journey so far. Thank you. And thank you for keeping my discretion until I was ready.
Yes, ma'am.
I have all the lovely symptoms of failing liver. Had lots of blood work tests done. I got a really cool one on Friday right here. I went into, they were going to go in through my abdomen into my liver, and my blood won't clot. And they didn't want to cause an infection because I have ascites, and it's fluid built up in your abdomen. So anybody that's seen those pictures, no, thank you for being kind. I'm not pregnant. Can't get pregnant. That was 23 pounds of all fluid. So they had to go in through my neck. That was odd. Waiting on those prognosis to see with the treatment. So I know there's been a lot of physical changes in my appearance. There's going to be more, and they're already there. You got these really cool yellow cat eyes going on. Skin to match. Tuesday, yeah. They're going to go in, look at my esophagus, my small intestine, and the outer lining of my stomach, and close off any of those small blood vessels that have filled up with excess blood, because they can burst and you can bleed out very, 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 very quickly. And it's because your blood is being forced through littler vessels, and it's causing them to expand. I might be getting another symptom messed up with one. I might be getting them all mixed up. So they're gonna go in, and then they're gonna rubber band those little things off in my here, down there.
Mhm.
They're gonna rubber band all that stuff off to prevent me from bleeding out. Beta blockers, and then on the 13th. So after that procedure, I meet with the liver transplant specialist from Utah here in Boise. The specialist is coming out of Utah. Done really good work. He has a very high successful rate with transplants. All of everything that I will need to do, I will be able to do here in Idaho, except for the transplant itself. Then I will have to go to Utah. That is why I have not been around. And yeah, there's, it's tough. yeah, so those are the things that are going on, and it's really taken me down. It's knocked me down to ground level. I would like people to share the facts of Michael. You have 3 years of information from law enforcement. There's multiple interviews. I mean, one with a suspect. And I know a lot of people have different feelings on how all of that situation went down, but I will say that any person that did talk with that suspect, I knew about. I wanted any information and I wanted to see what he was going to say because he won't speak to me, of course. And I'm glad everybody that is still helping share Michael's story. I just don't want him to get lost. I don't want him to get forgotten. I need everybody to hear me and see that I need your help. I am tired, y'all. Really tired. But I'll tell you what, I am very thankful for Monkey's Army. I know Monkey would be very happy to know how many kind people have been here to support me and our family while he's been missing.
Our hearts and prayers are with Monkey and Brandi and the entire family this holiday season. We pray for strength and courage for you, Brandi, and for the family while enduring another misfortune. May God send you his angels to watch over you during this difficult time. We hear your pleas for help, and we know that you're tired. Hang in there, Mama. We got you. Michael's Army has your back. We are going to be here for you. Very heartbreaking to hear, everything that's been going on with Brandi's illness. For them to just get another awful thing to deal with when they're dealing with so much already, with Monkey missing, with Stacey Wondra just getting out of prison on the 15th of last month. Nicole, I cried when I heard what was going on too. It's been very emotional, even trying to, put this live together. I just wanted everybody to hear Brandi speak and hear her asking for our help. She is tired and she needs to think, excuse me, she needs to think about her health right now. She needs to think about her family right now. And so that's why, all of us creators out there that hear this are going to do everything that we can to continue bringing awareness for Monkey so that Brandi can get some rest. I was asked a very long time ago to start working and bringing awareness on Michael's case, and now I've been asked to do it again. So we'll be going live on Michael a little bit more. I have not been live very much, honestly. Going through my own personal stuff, I was sick with COVID for about 6 weeks. I ended up in the hospital. They were looking for fluid around my heart or in my lungs. Got diagnosed with long COVID. And then right after I started feeling better, my daughter ended up in the hospital with a life-threatening infection. She's been in and out of the hospital while the doctors are trying to figure out what kind of infection she has. It started in her throat and started blocking her airway. A couple surgeries later, and now she is out of the hospital, and we just pray that her antibiotics that they have her on now, and that the doctor's new plan of action helps her get over this really serious infection. So that's kind of where I've been over the last few months, just wanting to let you guys know, but that doesn't mean I have not been working, because I have been working with people that work on the inside of Michael's case. I recently just sent some information to Fruitland Police Department, and I really hope that the recording that I had and the conversation that I had with a particular person can help Michael's case in some way, shape, or form. Always working in the background, even if I'm not here. If you guys have never been over to Michael's Facebook group that was put together, the name of it is Monkeys Missing Children Project of Idaho. You can join that. I also have a Michael Vaughan Case Revisited channel. Excuse me, I do not know why. I'm gonna suck on a hose. I don't know where this cough decided to come from all of a sudden. I got a little tickle because I got a little bit emotional while listening to Brandi speak. So Cinnamon Hot, hot, hot. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the prayers, Purple. I'm really looking forward to doing more shows on Michael. So let's just get started. Again, at the very top, there is the Vaughn's holiday wish list. If you can, click on that, help a family out during a time of need, and help Brandi and the family have a great Christmas. Okay, so while I'm preparing for this show, literally today, which before I get into all of that, I just want to give a shout out to Crime Lines and Lies. She did an amazing show for Brandi yesterday. Brandi was on a live with her, raising money for her, showing the Amazon wish list. Lots of things have been gotten already. That Facebook group again. Here, let me put it in chat. Hold on one second. That is the bigger Facebook group. It is Monkeys Missing Children's Project of Idaho. I don't have the link for my Facebook. It's Michael Vaughan Case Revisited on Facebook if you're interested. I just wanted to post up the big one, but anyway, shout out to Brooks. Not only have things already started to get bought on the wish list, but lots of money came in. I mean, the co-pays that Brandi's having to deal with and everything is everything else that she's having to deal with. It was just a really great live to see the community on YouTube come together, and yeah. So then I want to add, while I was putting this together, I noticed that Stacey Wondra's already on it. Stacey Wondra is already playing the wow game, okay? He's only been out of prison since the 15th of November. Let me just play a little clip. So, as everybody knows, you know, he got out early for charges unrelated to Michael's disappearance. It was on a gun-related charge. And then he's put on parole. He breaks his parole in almost 20 different ways, okay, from doing drugs to doing several other things that he shouldn't have been doing, checking in with his parole officer and everything else. But he gets released. I found this video. I thought I'd share it. So on March 21st of 2024, Stacey was arrested on his parole violations, and he was released November 15th of 2024. And yeah, he is not in BOP custody as of 11/15/2024. And he is already pissed off. He is on YouTube. He is watching what everybody's been saying about him since he has been out. And Brooks throws up a recording today of Stacey going off on her for sharing his lawsuit. His lawsuit. Stacey, while he was in custody in the SeaTac federal prison in Seattle, Washington, he filed a motion and intent to sue for defamation of character. I've already shared this information. Brooks shared the information. He says in this letter that he was wrongly accused as a suspect in Michael's abduction. He claims to have been physically assaulted and received verbal threats. Stacey's saying that he cries about being called a murderer and a kidnapper. And this lawsuit is for, drumroll please, $80 million. Good little chuckle for you there. I just don't get it. Yeah. Habitual offender playing the victim here. Meanwhile, I mean, because of what Stacey, Sarah, Brandon, and Adrian did, the Vaughan family themselves and some of the public eye become suspects. People start talking about them being the reason why Michael's disappeared, that they must have done something. Tyler must have done something. It just irks me so bad that he's out here playing the damn victim, okay? He is not the victim. Michael is the victim. His family is the victims in this case, and Michael will have justice. The family will have justice. Someday they will have answers and indictments will go out. It's just a matter of time. I took a clip of yeah, he makes me want to vomit. And he is so disgusting. And yes, Connie, he lies. I'm gonna share what he's already doing. He's already calling Brooks. Brooks is making her recordings. Brooks is talking to him. It's already starting, and he hasn't even been out of prison a month. This is kind of a long recording. I think after you get the gist of it halfway through, I'm going to move forward a little bit and let you hear what he has to say. I probably won't play the whole thing, just give you guys a really good idea of how he's throwing a baby fit, which just fits right into his, mental health issues that he has talked about over the years. Let's see, because he talks about that intermittent explosive disorder, right? It's a mental health condition that involves sudden and impulsive episodes of anger, aggression, or violence. And he's continuously released, okay? Out of prison, out of jail for all of the shit that he does. But here he is showing off in this clip that Brooks recorded, showing off his intermittent explosive disorder. Situations, can include verbal arguments, temper tantrums, which is exactly what this is, fights, or property damage. It's characterized by hostility, impulsivity, and a lack of apparent provocation. So there's no obvious or visible reason or trigger for an action or response, so to say, suggesting that the response might be seemingly unjustifiable based on the situation. Situations usually referring to someone that acts aggressively or angry without any clear cause, okay? Well, he's throwing a baby fit here because he's getting you know, kind of making fun out of him for trying to sue anybody for $80 million. I mean, come on, especially when it's never going to go anywhere. And if you really want to look at it, if he does take the lawsuit as far as he says he's going to in this recording, all he's going to have to do is explain himself of why he feels this way, which is going to force him into talking about Michael's case. So go ahead, Stacey, file your lawsuit. Let me throw it up.
Fucking podcasting channel is ridiculously fucking huge. You got all your little fucking butt buddy fucking followers that sit there and follow you because you do nothing but talk shit and you beat people into fucking nothing.
I should have said this is explicit, and before I go any further, I need to actually, let's see, throw up my explicit. Hold on 1 second. Quick 5 seconds here for the content. Quick second here too for fair use. And then we'll get right back at it. He is just a monster. You can see it the way he talks to her here.
But a fucking mystery. What y'all don't fucking realize is there's a reason they don't have any charges brought against us. But, you know, you're so oblivious to any of this fucking shit other than what, you know, your little things about fucking posting my fucking lawsuit all over the fucking media and, you know, whatever else.
It was on Google.
It's petty.
It was on Google.
I don't give a fuck if it was on Google. I don't give a fuck. No.
Yeah, it's from the Argus. It's from the Argus Observer.
I know exactly who the lawsuit's from. I'm the one that fucking filed it. And don't think for 1 second that I'm not following through on it. And
well, good. Do it.
Yes,
honestly.
I would highly. I'm telling you this right now. I would highly suggest watching the shit you put on fucking podcasting. And I'm telling you this not only to fucking prevent you from any future fucking any more damage of what's going to happen, but I am telling you right now, if you do not stop destroying my name and fucking any.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit here. Hold on, you guys. You guys don't have to keep listening to all this. I'm going to take you over to the goody goodies over here. Let's see. Because I don't want you guys to have to listen to 17 minutes of nothing but filth. I mean, but I'm glad that he's talking again. I can tell you that.
Give you a fucking phone number to call, and so I could give you a fucking verbal warning.
Mm-hmm.
Because the next step's going to be a more intense warning, a more intense filing.
Okay.
I promise you, from what's already happened and what's going to come,
And he doesn't only just threaten Brooks, he's threatening all creators that are throwing stuff out there that we're all going to be sued. And she lets them know to, you know, sue YouTube. I'm telling you, if you want to sue me, come at me. I'm going to keep playing your stuff.
Well,
you're not my friend, Brooks.
No, I get that.
You were
I'm evil. I get that.
No, you were evil.
I mean, can I ask you a favor? Can I ask you a favor? I plan to do a show tomorrow.
No, no. Nope.
Well,
do not ever ask that. I will never on your fucking podcast.
No, I didn't mean you coming on. I didn't mean you.
He thinks Brooks is asking him to come on a show, and I couldn't stop laughing because he's like, no. Yeah, I don't know that he ever will, but let's hope that he do. I mean, come on, Stacey, if you want to talk, you want to sue, just come out, start talking. Let us know why you want to sue. Let's do this.
You coming on?
No.
His Michael's mother has asked people to keep his name out and just go through the facts. Now, your name comes up in all the articles.
Listen, go through the facts. But I promise you, I'm going to take that video that you're fucking doing too. and I'm gonna it's just added to my fucking portfolio. So you best watch what you say. If it has to do with any slandering, anything that defames me as a person, my business, my place of residence, anything that has to do with my fucking name, if it destroys me or if it fucking takes away from who I am as a person, you best fucking keep it out of your fucking mouth. I'm telling you this. I am a very nice person, but I do not play anymore. I fed into your fucking bullshit way too fucking much before. I thought I initially thought I could trust somebody like you. I was very, very wrong.
Well, you can, because what you need to do is you need to say what Brandon did.
No, Brandon and Sarah weren't even home with me that night. Guess what? And I'll stand up for them fucking too. If you would become an informant for the FBI, it would be done for you. Guess what? I have already spoke to Brandon's lawyer, who ironically is also on a fucking retainer. Okay, he has given me all the information I fucking need that is confirmed every fucking story that I've told and every story that Sarah's told.
What I start getting out of this is, why is he, one, not mentioning Adrian? He even says, I will protect them. So why is he protecting Brandon, of all people? I mean, yeah, I don't understand it, because back when Stacey was doing all of his lives and everything else, and Brandon's going on lives on JLR, you've got them at each other acting like they don't even like each other. Here he is protecting Brandon all of a sudden. And let's not forget, Brandon's back in the area near Fruitland. And now Stacey's out. And he's back. So why is he protecting Brandon? And why isn't he mentioning Adrian at all? It's like, I don't know. It's just kind of weird. Yeah, and then all of these threats against everybody. He wants to act like he's not this violent person, that he didn't do all of these things, but yet he admits to having the IED, which is just a crazy disorder to have to begin with. It is very violent. And then wants to do this lawsuit saying that he's an innocent person, but then attacks like this. You can see the ugly. You can see the monster inside of him. He just boils up and it just, boom, releases.
I don't give a fuck, okay? You're not going to tell me, Brandon this, Brandon, guess what? I know exactly where we were that whole fucking day. And you ain't going to say anything that's going to fucking change that. Are we clear? I'm done.
No,
from here on out, you were to have no more contact with me. No, listen. From here on out, you were to have no other contact with me.
Hey, what do you have?
He did give the tip. And he did mess up. And I bet you he crapped himself when they go into the backyard and don't find Michael. He thought he was going to get a deal that was going to get him out of prison early by giving that tip. And then they don't find anything. And then he gets on another panel and talks about how that was just a fake tip. Because he's trying to backwalk and backtrack and get himself out of all of this trouble that he's now in. He just got into prison. I hope he realizes he'll be going back. He's going back. He will be spending the rest of his life, in my opinion. So will Stacey, Brandon, and Adrian. The only thing that needs to happen right now is more awareness being brought to Michael's case. Someone new needs to come forward if they have any information about any of the suspects, Sarah and Stacey Wondra, Adrian Lucian, Brandon Shirtlift. Come forward, give us the information if you heard anything, because any tip whatsoever is what's going to break this case. And then they're going to get exactly what they need, because they already have a lot, but they need that one piece. And that one piece, we all know what that is who hurt Michael, who actually did what. right? Somebody's going to eventually flip so that they don't have to end up in prison for the rest of their life, or they're going to flip to try to save their own asses. When you got 4 monsters like this in this child abduction, you know damn well somebody's going to start flipping. I mean, Stacey's already flipped by giving off a tip that Michael was buried in the backyard. And we know that he was buried in the backyard, but his body was removed from the backyard. And now we don't know where Michael is. And this family needs answers. So if you have a tip, you need to call in that tip to Fruitland Police Department, 208-642-6006, or email findmichael@fruitland.org. They want to talk to you. They will get back to you. If you have any information, no tip is too small. Please do Michael some justice. Do this family some justice and help them, you know, bring peace to their lives so that they can move forward and, you know, deal with other things that they're already dealing with right now. Brandi is super sick and she's having a difficult time. Now is the time to bring this family peace. Okay? So call that tip line.
A warning if you continue.
What are you having for lunch today?
It doesn't matter. We're not making conversation. We're not friends. I'm telling you, from here on out, no more contact. Do not fucking post anything stupid on your little fucking podcast. If it has anything, the slightest fucking thing that destroys my fucking name or my legacy or my fucking me being as a person, keep it out of your fucking mouth. If it doesn't have to do with, if it has anything to do with other than me as a person or destroying me, go ahead, talk freely. But keep my name and anything that has to associate with me, Sarah, or Brandon, out of your fucking mouth.
What about Adrian? What about Adrian?
I don't speak for fucking Adrian. I don't know him. I don't give a fuck about him, okay? And quit. I'm not answering questions to you.
No, I just said, what about him? You're only mentioning Sarah and Brandon.
No, guess what? It's irrelevant. You're not a fucking detective. Quit trying to play detective.
No.
I've already answered the people I need to. Okay? You're not going to fucking show you where I'm not playing this game with you. I am telling you right now, quit. Quit trying to push it, trying to fucking get answers, because it ain't going to fucking happen. You may have got over on me before. It ain't happening again, I promise you. I'm done.
Hon, all you did was talk. You told your story about the day.
Correct. And all you fucking did is take my story and slander the fuck out of it. Don't think you didn't. Don't think there's any justification to what you fucking did. It was right.
Well, I don't edit anything, and that can be easily proven. I want people to tell their story. I don't edit. I mean, my goodness, you were on the news with that woman, you know, and they edited a lot out of your interview. You told me that yourself. I don't edit anything. I just let people talk.
Trying to play the fucking victim, Brooks.
I'm not trying to play the victim. The only victim in this right now, I mean, you're saying you, but there's a little boy missing.
Okay, guess what? Put 2 and 2 together. Get the fucking clue. There's a reason they haven't brought charges against us. But y'all so fucking oblivious to shit. You guys are a little fucking all caught up in your little fucking drama, fucking little world of fucking YouTube podcasts. Guess what? I promise you, you either stop or shit's going to get really bad for you in the long run. You and Josh Labs and everybody else that fucking little faggot for all or whatever you want to fucking call them. I don't give a fuck.
I just have to stop right there and apologize to Justin for him saying that, because that is just crazy. We love Justin for all. We're not here to be calling anybody any names. We support you and what you're doing. So sorry that this is part of the recording, but it's there. He also talks bad about the lab. And all I have to say is we're not going to be silent, Stacey. We are not going to be silenced. We are Monkey's Army and we are here. You're not going to silence us. You're not going to scare us. It's actually quite laughable that you actually think that your threats mean something to any of us, because it doesn't. You want to come after me? You want to sue me? You come at me. You come at my channel. I don't care. They want to shut it down? I'll make another damn channel. Go ahead. That's how I feel about it. So, again, apologies, Justin, for what he says about you there. And I know you already know he's a monster. So, you know, we're just going to continue doing what we're doing. We're not going to be silenced. And neither will Brooks. Let me tell you. The more you go at her, the more she's going to talk. The pressure's on.
I call it as I see it. I call it out as the facts. Mm-hmm. Y'all sit there and fucking take something that's that's somebody's fucking story and you fucking destroy it. You talk shit about them. Not only do you do one video though, you do hundreds of fucking videos thinking that, oh yeah, it's okay. Oh, my shit don't stink. Guess what? Your shit stinks. Okay.
Well, let me ask you a question.
I heard about you. No question. No, not doing it.
No, it's not about Michael, but I mean, do you think it's unfair that Michael's family says, I want to keep his case going?
Okay, we're concluding this conversation. I'm not talking about this. It's not talking about it. I'm talking about the case. You're not going to fucking get answers out of me. And in fact, I'm going to get off the phone. So I suggest right now, at this date and time, on fucking December the 3rd or the 4th.
Today's the 4th, exactly, and it is 11 o'clock a.m.
Today at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, yeah, true. 10 o'clock Mountain Time for me. We cease and desist all fucking phone calls. Do not contact me.
Uh-huh.
And do not, and I mean, do not post anything on YouTube or any of the fucking social media platforms that defames me as a person or slanders my name, or Sarah or Brandon. Do not contact me again. Lose my fucking number.
Now hold on. Let me ask you a question. Why are you so protective of Brandon? I understand you're still in love with Sarah. Why are you protective of Brandon, knowing what he did to you? Yeah, there that went.
And just like that, he gets asked a hard question about why he's trying to protect Brandon, and he hangs up the phone because he's a puss. Can't handle the hard questions, Stacey. Come on, keep coming at us. Keep calling us. Let us keep recording you. Let's keep talking. That's what we want. We want you to talk, so just keep talking. Hey, Ms. T, nice to see you here. Brandi has requested anyone and everyone share the beautiful baby Michael Joseph Vaughan monkey's story and case. Yes, she has. She is sick right now with stage 3. What is it? Liver failure or liver disease? Liver disease. And she's tired. She is. We can't say she's can't advocating for Michael, okay? We already all know how strong she is, and she's been advocating for him since he's been missing for the past 3 years. But she does need to focus on herself right now. Again, I'm just going to send out a reminder that we have the Vaughn's holiday wish list up at the top. Click it. It'll take you over to Amazon. It'll take you to few little things that you can get for Buggy. There isn't anything there for Blue, but you can purchase like a gift card for the teenagers if you'd like. Buggy really likes unicorns. She likes tie-dye and rainbows, and she's into all of the little girl stuff, you know? So let's help a family out in a time of need. It's been 226 days, Purple says, since Michael was abducted on July 21st, 2021. Now I'm questioning myself on whether or not I got, no, July 27th, 2021. Sorry. So we're here to advocate for Michael. We're not going to be silenced. You know, during the time that Michael went missing, there was that tip given by Stacey while he was incarcerated that Michael was buried in the Wondra's backyard. They are digging 4 minutes away from the Vaughan home, where Brandi and Tyler and Buggy and Blue and Bubba can all hear the tractors that have to travel down 8th Street every single day for weeks to drive into the neighborhood to excavate and dig. And they dug 4 feet down in the backyard. They put all of that dirt into dump trucks. Those dump trucks took all of that dirt somewhere where it was all sifted through and gone through. No, they didn't find Michael, but they did find evidence that Michael was buried in that backyard. I'm going to play something for you here real quick. And think about having to hear that beep, beep, beep as these tractors are backing up, or having to hear every single time a dump truck drives down the road when it's full of dirt to take it somewhere to be sifted. Brandi and the family was asked to leave the house. You don't want to be around. Brandi ain't leaving the damn house. She's going to stay right there. They were on pins and needles the entire time, wondering if he was going to be dug up out of that damn yard. This family has suffered and suffered and suffered a tremendous loss. And we as creators try so hard to sugarcoat things, to not be so blunt. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be that blunt this time. Not during this live. Not when this is a call for action and hearing a mama's cry for help. And these suspects are still walking the damn streets. They're still out there doing what they want to do, except for Sarah. She's in prison. But it's on unrelated charges. She got arrested because she didn't report the death of Michael, but those charges are dropped. They will be able to probably go after her again later on down the road. But the thing is, they just have suffered so much. These people are still walking around. I mean, the fact that Stacey Wondra has been in and out of prison and in and out of jail and has continuously just showed, I'm not going to do what I'm supposed to do. Here's a video I want to show you guys real quick. See if I can find it. Because these are the suspects. And Michael Vaughan's abduction.
The search for Michael Vaughan continues. Michael went missing from his neighborhood in Fruitland in July of 2021. He was just 5 years old at the time. Law enforcement has spent the last year and a half investigating. But the Fruitland police chief says a credible tip led investigators to a home near Michael's neighborhood this weekend.
Crews are back out in Fruitland today searching for Michael Vaughan. Police believe his remains are in the backyard of a Fruitland home, and today is the 6th day crews are excavating the yard. Crews could be at the house on Red Wing Street for another week. This house is just 4 minutes from the Vaughan's home.
As you know, from the time Michael went missing, this has been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, and it remains very active and an ongoing investigation. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop. During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughan could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland. As a result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry, officers encountered Sarah Wondra, one of the known occupants of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement. The following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wondras' home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property, all of them alerting to the presence of human remains. Ground penetrating radar was also used and deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation of the entire backyard and removed over 250 yards of dirt. Prior to backfilling the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains. Although the remains of Michael Vaughan were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation is active, fluid, and ongoing. Once the excavation was complete, we conducted a thorough search of the Wondras' residence. The search was productive, and additional investigative evidence was recovered and is currently being processed.
Evidence suggests that the following individuals who are currently in custody are involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Sarah Wondra, 35 years old. Sarah lives at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Sarah has firsthand knowledge and is involved in Michael's abduction. Sarah Wondra is currently being held at the Payette County Jail for failing to report a death to law enforcement. And Stacey Wondra, 30 years old, a male. Stacey was also living at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Stacey has firsthand knowledge and is involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Brandon Shirtliff, 30 years old, of Kuna, Idaho. Brandon was living with Sarah and Stacey Wondra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe Brandon has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Adrian Lucian, 32-year-old male out of Toledo, Ohio. Adrian was staying with Sarah and Stacey Wondra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe that Adrian has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction.
First-hand knowledge of Michael's abduction. 4 suspects. J.D. Huff says has first-hand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Okay. I have a question real quick for everybody in chat, especially my moderators. Was there at any time that you guys could not hear me because I looked down and I saw a mute on my mic? I'm just wondering if maybe I rambled on for a second and nobody could hear me, or could you guys hear my rant? Did I go silent? All right. Yaya says she heard me. Yeah, it was right before I played that video. Cinnamon Hot says that damn evil predator monsters out there wandering one split second and they destroyed beautiful lives. I mean, it just so happened that day, right? That day, Michael made a decision to go look for some friends and wander out of the house. And he wandered around the corner. I mean, he was seen on doorbell cams. He talked to neighbors. We know that he was on that street. And then he ends up on the corner on 8th Street, right about the time that Stacey, Sarah, and Brandon are pulling over to the side of the road. Stacey says to put in power steering fluid, and Michael is taken. Meanwhile, earlier that day, Stacey's at a splash pad, not just at the one around the corner from Michael's home, but also in another one across the street from where Brandi was working at the Albertsons that day. And while he's at that splash pad, Sarah, Brandon, Adrian are cruising around a mall. They were looking for a child to abduct. This was an abduction, a stranger abduction, even though they're so rare. 6% of the time, 5 to 6% of the time is it a stranger abduction. It's usually a family member. It's usually a friend of the family's or somebody that knows the child, but that's not the case here. The Vaughns didn't have anything to do with the Wondras or with Brandon and Adrian. They didn't know them, had never met them, nothing. Okay? That's not how this story goes. This was an abduction. This was done by Stacey Wondra, Brandon Shirtliff, and Adrian Lucian. Hold on one second. I still have that tickle in the back of my throat, so I have to mute to cough a little bit. Stacey, Connie says you're an evil monster and wants to know where Michael is. You know, it's just so sad that he happened to wander around at the same time. Maybe if Michael would have left a little sooner or a little bit later, none of this would have happened. But you know what I can say? If Stacey Wondra would have never been released from prison early on for his felons, for carrying a gun when he shouldn't have, Michael would probably still be here today. If the suspects in this case at any time for any of their other arrests would have just been kept, none of this would happen. This is the system failing our children. And it's sad. It's really sad. I wanted to share something that I found really interesting because I saw a new flyer. I think somebody may have created it, but I know that Brandi has shared this. And I want to share this flyer because it says on it, Michael was abducted from his Fruitland, Idaho neighborhood the evening of July 27th, 2021, while looking for friends to play with. He is presumed deceased, and multiple people. Let me see. Sorry, one second. I'm going to look this up on my, or maybe I could blow it up here. Here we go. Nope. I have this picture somewhere else. Hold on. I can't read it on my screen. It's too small. Here we go. Let me start over. Michael was abducted from his Fruitland, Idaho neighborhood the evening of July 27th, 2021, while looking for friends to play with. He is presumed deceased and multiple people involved. Sarah and Stacey Wondra from Fruitland, Idaho, Brandon Shirtliff from Kuna, Idaho, and Adrian Lucian from Toledo, Ohio. Pictured on the left-hand side of the picture, it is presumed more may know something. If you have any information on the suspects or Michael's location, please come forward. You can call the tip line at 208-642-6006, or you can contact findmichael@fruitland.org. So I saw this and I just wanted to share it. The www.michaelmonkeyvaughan.com I don't believe is in service anymore. I tried looking it up, but yeah, let me take this off of here. Precious little Michael. Also, while I was looking around for some information to put into this live, I was looking around on TikTok, YouTube, trying to find anything new. Brandi, when she was talking with Purple, when she was talking with Brooks, she had mentioned Buggy and how she always is talking and playing with Michael. And I found some clips that were shared on TikTok. So they're already out there on social media. And I wanted to share this with all of you because this is Michael's baby sister, missing Michael, pretending to play with him, talking to him. And we all know that she had like a really good relationship with Michael. Like they were two peas in a pod, right? And she is still 3 years later missing her brother so much. And she's just not at that age where she can understand what has happened to Michael or what is happening to her mom and why her mom's so sick. She's not grasping it. But I do want to share this clip. It is very emotional to watch. I'm not going to lie. I teared up several times. But I still want to play them for everybody because I think everybody, you know, that doesn't know this case needs to see, you know, how the family is reacting, how they're dealing and coping with the situation with Michael being gone.
Come back here, man.
Buggy. What are you doing?
I'm playing this monkey and monkey just won the green Lamborghini with the thing.
She's talking about playing a game with Monkey. And Monkey won. He won the green Lamborghini. Bless her little heart. She was, you know, that's how Buggy's coping right now. And this is Brandi asking Buggy what she's doing here.
Who are you talking to?
Monkey?
Where are you guys going?
Alive?
Yeah.
Look at her face. She got a mustache. Yeah. Yeah, I miss him a lot.
I miss him too.
Me too.
Okay. Let's go get dressed, crazy hair. Oh.
I love you, Monkey.
It is so heartbreaking to see. She loves her brother and wants him back home so much. Honestly, I hope she never understands what happened. You know, I'm going to take a little bit of time and run through the comment section. You guys are like kind of blowing me up. I don't know if you guys have had any questions. Thank you guys all for being here. Sally Mae, I see you. Thank you for coming in. It's so good, you know, good to be here and not be sick. Not worried about my daughter. Chaos Queen, it is so good to see you, love. Thank you for being here. I want to give a shout out to all of my moderators for being here, for always showing up. Hot Mess, I see you. Thank you for being here. Hey, Tabitha, that's my daughter, you guys. Send her some prayers. Here we go, right here. Send my lovely daughter some prayers to get rid of this hideous infection that she's been dealing with for forever. She really needs prayers. Kathy Hill, I see you. Good to see you. Thank you guys all for being here. I am so happy to be back on live. You guys do not even know. Yeah, sometimes it just takes that little calling, you know. You get right back at it. Scumbags. I like this one. They are scumbags. All 4 of them. All 4 of the suspects. You know, we were talking about the digging in the backyard. I found a little clip where they were talking about what was happening in the neighborhood. And like I said, You know, this is happening 4 minutes away from the home. It's less than a quarter mile away from the home. These tractors and dumpsters or dump trucks, they all have to travel by the home, and the family is listening to all of the machinery coming and going and backing up and everything in the neighborhood. I honestly do not know how the Vaughan family could ever deal with something like that, or to even know that that's why they're there. And then like I said, I believe they were there for a couple weeks. If anybody knows exactly how long they were there, correct me if I am wrong. Yeah, my daughter was wondering if maybe, Buggy is actually talking to Michael, because that kind of stuff happens, right? Thank you guys for the prayers for my daughter. I know she really is appreciative, I know, and grateful for all the prayers. Brandi sends her love. She is bed resting, and she thanks you all for being here for Monkey. Well, we didn't want to be anywhere else tonight. Had I known that she needed help, I mean, I know I did a live a month ago, but had I known she needed more help, I would be doing more lives, and those will come. I hope you're resting well, Brandi, and we love you. And we love Monkey and the family, and we're here for you, and we're always going to be here for you. Again, up at the top, the Vaughn's holiday wish list is there. Now let's get to this video. Click it, help the family in need. They could really use that, and they can also use your prayers. Prayers are free, but if you got some extra cash laying around, buy something for the babies for Christmas.
In Fruitland, that's where Fruitland police are searching a home in connection to the disappearance of Michael Vaughan. Now, the police are searching in a proximity where it's close to Michael's home, where our crews say it's about 4 minutes away. And we checked in with Morgan Romero and Alex Duggan live on the scene just about 15 minutes ago. And Alex and Morgan, for folks just joining us right now, walk us through what you've been seeing out there.
You know, crews just wrapped up about 45 minutes ago, Shira. They were out at this house on Red Wing Street in Fruitland, about, again, 4 minutes away from the Vaughan home, the last place that Michael Vaughan was seen on July 27th, 2021. As we step to the side a little bit, you can see this heavy piece of machinery behind me. They have two pieces of equipment like this out here. They have been digging up this backyard on Red Wing Street all day. Alex, you were out here for a couple hours before me. What else did you see this afternoon?
I mean, we were in the backyard of a neighbor today. They were digging up the backyard. They have, significantly dug up a great portion of the yard. They cut down a tree. They've demolished the fence. And, a neighbor told us that this hasn't really happened before in this area. This is a really extensive portion of the search for Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, and very shocking for people who live here, too. They've been out here since last night. In fact, they obtained a search warrant to dig through this backyard. They came back out here this morning around 9:30. Again, they're done for the night, but they are going to be back out this house tomorrow morning at 9:30. Chief J.D. Huff with Fruitland Police telling us they are going to continue to search this area until they have scoured every inch. And it's important to note, this was a very credible tip that came in. And so they are actively searching for Michael Vaughan's remains in this backyard. You've seen Fruitland Police, Idaho State Police. Who else out here?
Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue is out here as well.
Okay, and some canine dogs, too.
Canine as well, yeah, exactly.
Okay, and we are told that there is a couple that lives in this home on the corner of Red Wing Street, but that the couple, as far as J.D. Huff knows, does not have any connection to the Vaughan family. We will continue to dig into this story, Shira. We will continue to keep people updated on air and online on ktvb.com, as well as on our social media accounts as we learn more. Again, police and search crews back out here in Fruitland tomorrow morning at 9:30, looking for the remains of Michael Vaughan in this backyard.
Real quick, you mentioned that credible source. Any idea, did the police chief shed any light on who it may have come from?
he didn't. And Shira, I think it's important to note that the police department has received more than 1,200 tips since Michael disappeared from the neighborhood where he was from back on July 27th, 2021. And they have gone through these. They have cleared many of them. A lot of them have been very credible, and it appears that this one is very credible, and that's what led them here. And Alex, you were at a press conference this summer. What else did the chief say about the credible tips that they've been receiving that led them here?
Well, I mean, they've received a ton of tips, but, you know, this one is probably the most credible so far. They said they received a tip in the summer that led them back to this area, and now that's where they're searching. So.
And important to know, as we've covered this story too, Shira, they have been looking all over the country, putting Michael's face and information on the side of semi-trucks, traveling all over the West in hopes of finding missing Monkey. And we are back here just 4 minutes away from the Vaughn's home.
All right.
Just 4 minutes away from the Vaughn's home. Absolutely heartbreaking. Thank you, Lady Death, for the $5. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Slim, good to see you here. Really, really nice to have you here. Okay, so moving on. You know, I have saved so many videos and stuff from Michael's case. I would never get rid of all of the videos because then you have to go back and re-record. But, you know, we were talking earlier about, thank you for being a member for 6 months, Connie. Thank you, Yaya, for being a member for 2 months. I saw you earlier. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you both for being my moderators. You know, we were talking earlier about because of what these suspects have done. Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Brandon Shurtleff, Adrian Lucian, they put Michael's parents and family in a hot seat to be investigated for Michael's disappearance, for Michael's abduction, right? And Tyler, he has felt so guilty for being the adult, being the parent that was there when all of this happened. And he's had a hard time forgiving himself for it.
People curious why, if you were the one at home, why you haven't done a lot of talking with the media. What's your response to people who want to know that question?
Because I was the one at home. I feel like because I was the responsible party. I don't like being in the public eye at all, and it's because I, you know, to some extent blame myself.
They are not suspects in this case, no matter who in the back wants to keep talking about them being suspects. They've been cleared. Here is some video taken, little clips that I have put together with JD Huff and Brandi Neal. It's only a couple minutes long. I'm so glad to see so many faces here to support Brandi. I know she really appreciates it.
Day of this week, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue with specialty canines and the Fruitland Police Department conducted searches in the front and backyards of nearly all the homes on Southwest 9th Street. Remember that a criminal investigation, that happened at the same time of notification as the time that Michael went missing. And due to the fact that we've conducted multiple searches using every tool available to us with no success, it increases the possibility that Michael was abducted. We also want to emphasize Michael's family, who continues to be fully cooperative, working closely with us on almost a daily basis.
I want to thank the Fruitland Police Department, the state, FBI. I want to thank all of them for their continued support. They have become family, and they are his son too.
To the Vaughan family, this has been an extremely long and emotional road. You don't walk that road alone, right? So I could never fathom how you and your family have suffered. However, I assure you that the Fruitland Police Department will continue to earnestly investigate this case, and everyone here today is a part of your community and a part of your family. We will never stop looking. You need to know that. And I also have joining us today the mother of Michael Joseph Vaughan, Brandi Neal. Thanks for being here with us today. We appreciate you.
Whoever has Michael or knows anything and has information about Michael, please come forward. We need him home. We need our baby. Please. Thank you to the community and extended communities that continue to support our family, and law enforcement, all of the agencies that are helping to bring Michael home. They stand strong and they stand with us and we stand with them. So if you were...
They stand with us and we stand with them. JD Huff is right there. You guys can see JD Huff is there for the family. He lets them know they're never going to stop looking. They do everything they can. Brandi and Tyler are calling, if not every day, every other day, talking on the phone or going into the police station and working with Fruitland Police. They are not suspects in this case. We cannot scream that any louder. It's just not what this is. This was a child abduction, and there's 4 main suspects, and there possibly could be more. And their names are Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Brandon Shirtliff, and Adrian Lucian.
If you're seeing this, please, if you know something, please, if you know anything, please say something. You can be anonymous. There's so many avenues. Please, everyone, help us get Michael home. And Monkey, we love you, baby. You're coming home. None of us are going to give up, I promise. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Michael, for becoming a subscriber. It's nice to have you here and to be part of the family. Thank you for joining. We're really glad to have you. Thank you all for being here. And yeah, Slim, Tina, tell us what you know. Has Brandon broke down? Has Brandon told you what might have happened or what did happen to Michael? We all know that you want to stick up for, your son, Brandon. We all know you want to baby him and coddle him and pay his fines so that he doesn't end up in jail or lie about things. Since we're talking about Tina, we might as well throw something up about Tina, right? Because we all know that after Michael was abducted, some way, shape, or form, they end up at Tina Mariel's house. That is Brandon Shirtliff's mom's house. Let me see if I can find it real quick. We know that law enforcement ends up at Tina Mariel's house. And when law enforcement shows up, they find things because they show up with dogs. And there is a scent that is there at the house. Sarah Wondra was found. Let me just see. Do I have this at the wrong one? Let's see. Yeah. So where's Shirtliff? According to his mother, Tina Mariel, he is in North Dakota. This was a while back ago. He's no longer in Dakota. He's actually there near Fruitland. Let's see. Here she is trying to talk about how he's been cooperating, even though he wouldn't even go back to Fruitland. He was not cooperating at the time. But Brandon finally did come in and talk to law enforcement. She is playing the victim here when she says that they are even pointing fingers at her and telling her that she's lying and hiding something. And we do believe that she is hiding something. Tina has claimed that she opened up her home to the police when they came a knocking. She gave them food and water, prayed for them, and allowed them to run their dogs and people through the house and yard. They did find my toilet was leaking. leaking, which I'm grateful for, because she wants to say that these cadaver dogs that showed up to her house were smelling poop. Well, they weren't smelling poop, because the mountain search and rescue team came out and actually said that the dogs are not trained to smell poop. They are trained to smell the scent of death. And for whatever reason, not one, not two, several dogs hit at Tina Mariel's house, just like they hit in the backyard at the Wondra's house. So that directly implicates Brandon himself, because Tina Mariel was out of town when all of this happened. And they did show up there at Tina's house. And according to Brandon, Stacey, and Sarah, they went there because they were going to go tow Brandon's car back to Fruitland. So here, Public Relations Director Mark Sullivan works with Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, a team that has been very active in the search for Michael. Sullivan consulted with canine experts on his team who told him that no cadaver dogs do not alert on human feces. Sullivan said that he has never heard of a canine dog being trained to find feces. So a lot of people think that Tina Mariel is hiding something. What is she hiding? What does she know? Why does she keep protecting her son? After they hit there, law enforcement came back with 17 cars, dogs, and shovels, and dug where the dogs alluded to the following day. They found nothing but my leaky toilet, is what Tina says. We have cooperated fully since this all began. Our attorney would probably be calling a press conference for all this slander. Yet, no press conference has ever been held, Tina. You guys have never came after anyone for slander. Why don't you start that lawsuit? Why don't you do that? Why don't you go ahead and start a lawsuit just like Stacey, and you guys are going to have to start answering questions. That's a good idea, Tina, to get your son to stop sucking on your titty. Cut that cord, cut that umbilical cord, Tina. Let's get people talking. Start that lawsuit. We're waiting. You know, law enforcement isn't just going to show up at your house, Tina, with 17 cars and dogs and shovels if they didn't believe that something happened at your house. If those dogs didn't actually hit on something. It's disgusting to see a mother protect their son when something horrific has happened to this child. And she just keeps patting on his back. You know, during the summertime, Brandon was pulled over a few times. He got bailed out of jail. His fines ended up getting paid. Brandon doesn't have a job. Do you guys think that Brandon paid for it? Do you think that Brandon paid for his fines and stuff? Oh, no, 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 no. His mommy comes to the rescue. Let me tell you. Comes to the rescue. You know, it is time for Michael and his family to get the justice that they deserve. We are here over 3 years later discussing this case and bringing awareness for Michael because these suspects have still not gotten arrested. It's been over 3 years, you guys. 3 long years. Michael would have turned 8 years old on June 24th. I think I have that right. June 24th of 2024. 8 years old. 3 long years. If anybody has any information regarding Michael, his whereabouts, anything about the suspects, Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Brandon Shirtliff, Adrian Lucian, please come forward. It could be your tip that brings the one piece of information that law enforcement needs to crack this case and to go put out indictments and to add more of a sentence to Sarah Wondra while she's sitting in prison on unrelated charges. The tip line phone number 208-642-6006. You can also email at findmichael@fruitland.org. We talk about it all the time. It only takes one little tip. That's it. One tip to come in, everything's over, people are arrested, and a family gets peace. And they need peace. It's the holiday season. They're having a difficult time. Brandi's probably, 100% sure that she cannot work right now. We know that Blue is working and everybody's doing their best, to do what they can do to help out the family. And we're here not only to bring awareness, but we're also here to help the family tonight. So up at the top, you can click on the Vaughn's holiday wish list. If you have the money, click on something. Maybe buy a toy for Blue, maybe send a gift card to one of the teenagers. We all know teenagers are difficult to buy for, but you can always buy hoodies, right? Teenagers love hoodies. But, if you can't do that, just send out a prayer for the family, because that's all they really need. And they need prayers and they need our support. And that's what they're getting tonight. So thank you guys all for being here. We're never going to give up. We're never going to stop. And we just aren't going to stop praying. We're not going to stop being Monkey's Army. Stacey's not going to threaten us and make us, scared and run and hide. We're not like him. We're not going to tuck tail and run. 3 years later, Michael is still missing.
Today marks 3 years since Michael Vaughan went missing in Fruitland. He was 5 years old at the time of his disappearance. The community has not forgotten about the little boy they affectionately call Monkey. Today, a ride took place in support of Michael and his family. Our reporter, Jude Binkley, spoke with Michael's mother on this anniversary of his disappearance. Jude, I can hardly imagine what today is like for her.
Oh, Andrea, 3 years have gone by, but the heartbreak of Michael's disappearance is still felt throughout Fruitland. His family has faith that one day they'll bring Michael home. 1,096 days since Michael Vaughan went missing. 623 days since crews searched a house for his remains.
You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop.
365 days since the case was submitted to prosecutors. Every day,
we're going to bring him home.
A search for closure for Michael's mom, Brandi.
This community has surrounded our family and Michael, and they haven't forgotten about him. Today's 3 years since he was abducted. And they still have hope, and they give us hope, and they keep us going.
On the third anniversary of Michael's disappearance, the community gathered for a ride in support of Michael and his family.
Show them that we're here, make sure they understand that they've got a whole community backing them and they don't feel alone in this process.
Police believe Michael's remains were once buried in a backyard close to his house. However, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released an age progression photo of what Michael would look like today at 8 years old. Fruitland's police chief released a statement for the anniversary saying, "Despite the possibility of confusion, we found it necessary to make the photo public as an additional resource in the search for Michael, who is yet to be found. We believe we have a firm understanding of the events that occurred on July 27, 2021, but it ultimately depends on the Payette County prosecutor to assemble the case and move it forward."
We will continue to push forward until this family gets closure.
1,096 days with countless people rallying behind them.
Until Michael is physically brought home, however that may be, this family won't get closure.
So we need everyone's help still. We continue to need everybody's help to stay vigilant for Michael.
And there are 4 suspects in this case, including the people who lived in the home crews searched. Their names are Stacey and Sarah Wondra.
I'm just sharing some things that happened around the 3-year mark. Brandi Neal had wrote, today marks 1,100 days since Michael was abducted. It has been a very rough time, but we are so blessed that everyone's love, support, and kindness for Michael, our family, community, and law enforcement. This beautiful banner was brought today by a beautiful family. Thank you guys so much, because they are receiving so much support. This was the banner that she was talking about that the community had put together and stuff for Monkey. And we always know that Brandi and the family are so grateful for everything that everybody does for the family. So I'm just thanking everybody for her right now. And his new age progressed picture did come out over the summer. On June 24th, 2024 was Monkey's 8th birthday. Brandi writes, it is very sad for our family today. Today should be spent with smiles, laughs, and joy, and yet we are here with heavy hearts. This is the 3rd birthday that Michael hasn't been home. Today we are celebrating the day Michael brought joy and love into this world, so our family will have his favorite chocolate cake, and his baby sister is going to open his presents for him. We are very thankful for the community, law enforcement, and everyone's continued support for Michael and our family. Thank you. I mean, it's got to be heartbreaking, 3 years later. Your son's still missing. Your brother's still missing. Your son is still missing. But you know that there are 4 people responsible. And you can't do anything about it. You can't do anything about it until somebody comes forward with that one piece of information. I see here that Hot Mess, you're saying please open my email. I just looked. I didn't see an email. So I also looked inside my spam, so did not see an email. My email is, I'm going to put it here, Stammy job, JOB 12 at gmail.com. And since I have the live and stuff, I'm not probably going to be able to open that email and look at it or share it unless it's just words pertaining to his case that I can actually read. So if you want to try again to send that email, and this is my email address for anybody that wants to send any information to me that I might be able to share on Michael's case, or if you guys have any good ideas on a show, let me know. So, yeah. And let's see. What else do we got going on? Let's see. Just looking at everybody's. I'm going to look again for the email. I am not seeing anything. I got my Temu, my PayPal. Telling me I got a bill for Allstate. Spam doesn't have anything. Yeah, I am not seeing anything at all. Nothing new. I took another look, guys. It's not there. So, Hot Mess, if you're still here, please, please, please send that email. All right, I have more. Let's see, videos here. Don't forget about that wish list, guys. Let's see. So we've been talking about 8th in Arizona. That's where Michael came up missing from. And during the interviews, oh no, I did. I put Sammy Joe. I'm so sorry. Yep, my bad. My bad. Hot mess, I hope you're still here and can resend that. I am so sorry. We were talking about 8th in Arizona and where they pulled over on the side of the road shortly after 6:30 p.m. on July 21st, 2021, when they abducted Michael. And Stacey Wondra talked about it during all of the times that he came on and talked to all the different YouTubers. Brooks in particular even talked about the splash pad that he was at earlier that afternoon, you know, scouting. Everyone was out scouting that day, all 4 suspects, scouting for a child to abduct. Let's see what this, I haven't seen these interviews for a minute, so let's just check them out real quick.
On the way out of the subdivision, we were in the truck. The truck, I always had to put power steering in the truck because the power steering pump was going out. It had a it's called the high pressure gasket ring that connects the power steering hose to the core. Was bad. I didn't fix that until after like a month later. I ended up getting it fixed, but it was called a high pressure seal. There we go, high pressure seal for the power steering. And so the power steering had a huge was spraying all over. Every probably I don't know, probably every 4, 5, 6 hours, we had to stop and refill power steering fluid because there was a huge whining noise going on and it was causing from the power steering. I would say probably early 6 o'clock hour, like between 6 and 6:15, easy.
Arizona and 8th Street is only a few hundred feet from the area where Michael was last seen.
No, it's probably like, I don't know, like a 1/10 of a mile.
A 1/10 of the mile. It's literally around the corner, 2 to 3 houses down off of that road. I mean, it's just right there. It's ridiculous. You can hear the nervousness in his voice when he talks about putting in this power steering fluid. I mean, the way he just cleared his throat, and the way he gulps down what the saliva in his mouth. I mean, Lord knows we all got tired of hearing that bullshit. I mean, every YouTuber out there was actually hearing him so much. We were all saying the word literally, because that's all he ever said. Yeah, he is a creeper. Clearing his throat. Thank you, Sally Mae, for being here. And yeah, Avi, he's a liar. the power steering fluid. He had the, if he was putting power steering in, you know, he says he didn't see a child in the very beginning. And then he says that he did. And he talks about how, you know, he didn't know if it was a boy or a girl or what clothes they were wearing or what they were playing with or anything else, but he did see a child. Well, if you're putting power steering fluid in your truck, your back's going to be turned from where Michael would have been walking. He says he was only there for like 30 seconds, but his story about what he did see is so much longer than 30 seconds. Plus, if he would have been doing what he said he was doing, his back would have been to it all and he wouldn't have saw nothing at all. He would have put the damn power steering fluid in, closed the hood, got in his truck, and left. There would have been no time for anything else. And there's this little dirt area right where he can like pull over to the side of the road. And that's where he pulled over. And he said he saw a child, and he just changes his story so much about it.
But even still, I don't know how or why he would even be seen in our neighborhood when he lives completely on the other side of the subdivision. So I don't, or the other side of it in a different neighborhood. He doesn't even live in the subdivision. Outside of the subdivision. So we drove, exited our subdivision and pulled off. And you see that entrance on the right? So right across from the green pasture, right?
I'll just describe this little map here since Stacey does nothing but lie. Up where the red dot is where the Wondras lived. Down where the teal X is the southwest 8th Street. And right next to that on the left is a little dirt patch where the truck pulled over as they entered onto 8th Street from the only way they could get out of their neighborhood. Okay. And the Vaughn's house is the white house kitty corner from that teal X. Okay. That's how far they're off of 9th Street at the very bottom that Michael had wandered off, not very far at all from his house where he was picked up. I believe this is the area where he was picked up, in my opinion, or this is what I have heard, that it was somewhere here on 8th. I've also heard that dogs stopped their scent, their walk or whatever in this, where the X is also. And you can see Southwest 8th Street running right here. Well, there's only one way into this neighborhood, and it's to the right of 8th Street here. And when they're excavating in that yard, like I'm saying, they're hearing all those trucks run east and west here on Southwest 8th Street. Back and forth, going up into the neighborhood, coming down out of that neighborhood, and then leaving the neighborhood. Okay, so Hot Mess
on the big piece of green pasture.
Whoops. Hot Mess has sent it again. Let me look real quick. Like I said earlier, I don't know what, if anything, I can share on here. I mean, if it's a picture or something. Let me just see. Looks like a urgent safety warning from... Oh, wow. Okay. I wish I had some time to download all this. You guys want to see what it is? Because let me see what I can do here. Hold on. Warning for anyone. So, okay, here's what it says. This is like a Craigslist ad. $1, it says urgent safety warning, and it has a picture of Stacey Wondra. And it says, warning for anyone renting out rooms. Do not rent to this man. his name is Stacey Wondra. He is 1 out of 4 suspects involved in the disappearance and murder of Michael Vaughan in Fruitland, Idaho. He is a smooth talker and is very convincing. And his lies of owning his own taxi, and he lies about owning his own taxi service and promising to give someone a share of his $80 million settlement for a room for rent. He is currently, oh my goodness, he is currently residing in a homeless shelter in Boise, Idaho. He was released from federal prison on November 15th, 2024 on unrelated gun charges. He is a very smooth talker and will try to convince someone that he just needs a chance to get back on his feet while making promises of giving you a payout of his $80 million. He can't be trusted to be around your children or your property. I am only putting this out to protect others from his manipulation and lies. He is diagnosed with compulsive explosive disorder, and trust me, please, I have witnessed for firsthand in person. Please be cautious and extremely aware of who you let into your home to be around your children, family, pets, and neighbors. Also, if you have any information about Michael Vaughan or 4 suspects, please call the Fruitland Police Department. I've said that number a few times. It's not here to show. You can remain anonymous. Please help bring Michael home. Now let me see what I can do here. Hold on 1 second. We are going to try putting this up real quick. Oh my God. To share his 80 million. Really? Come on. You are not getting no $80 million. It's not happening. How ridiculous. Oh my gosh. I really do. Like I said earlier, I really do hope that he decides that he wants to go through with this lawsuit. Because once again, if he does, he will have to talk about Michael's case. And I just need to give a huge shout out here to Hot Mess for sharing this information with me, with us. I'm actually exporting it now from, I'm doing what I can because I'm going to throw it up here on the screen because I want y'all to see it. I just have to do a little bit of work right here in the background, so hold on with me for just a moment while I take care of this. You were awesome, Hot Mess, for sharing this. I actually heard too that the Wondras may have put out some kind of Craigslist ad and that may be how Adrian Lucien became involved in actually coming over to the Wondras house and staying there. I have not, and I will say this, have not been able to confirm that, but I had recently heard from somebody that is very credible that said that is how Adrian came to the Wanderer's home. I just need to fact check. Let's see. Probably shouldn't even talk about it till I do. But since we're mentioning Craigslist, all right, I think I did it. Let me see. Yep, I did it. So this is what the ad looks like that I just read to you guys. Hold on a second. I got to take Connie down real quick. Here we go. And then Thank you so much, Hot Mess. I am so sorry for the complication that I had. Kelly Dimes here. Thank you so much for being here, hon. I just now saw you. Right, so you guys can probably blow it up, but here's the picture. Here's the warning to any renters, because guess who's back? Back in town. Stacey's back. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Good to see you too, Kelly. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so anybody in Fruitland that needs a room rented out, do not rent to Stacey Wondra. Yeah, you do not want him around your children. You don't want to be around him with his explosive disorder anyway. One wrong thing, and it may not just be a child that is hurt. It could be anybody that's hurt, because that, you know, any kind of argument or any kind of episode whatsoever. And yeah. Misfits True Crime. Yes.
On the left side.
Sorry, I meant to remove that. Yes, Misfits True Crime. Heidi, go for it. Share it on your channel. We can collab and do things together if you want to. Yeah, I wouldn't be renting a room out to anybody. You know, one of the people, hey, Ava, what is it, Hawkshaw? Thank you for being here. You know, there was a woman who didn't know who the hell Stacey was the last time he rented a room. It was one of his parole violations was because he wasn't checking in when he was supposed to, because not only was he supposed to check in every day, he also had to give like days notice if he was going to be moving from one address to another, but he couldn't stop getting kicked out of the homeless shelters where he was staying because he was doing drugs. And then he's ending up, you know, over here and living with a roommate, and then he's getting kicked out of there and he's got to go somewhere else. So he's constantly hopping around, not being able to turn into his parole officer exactly where he's at and what he's doing. This is hilarious. That he thinks, or that he's telling people that he has $80 million that he's willing to share if you want to give him a room to stay in. Wow. I'll be sharing this in my Michael Vaughan group, Michael Vaughan Case Revisited, and on Facebook. I'll also throw this information up on the community so that other YouTubers, creators can use it in any of their lives if they want to. I'm always sharing stuff that I find out when I, you know, do my shows and stuff, because I'm not here to get clout. I'm here to give information. I'm here for these kids. I want other people to be able to have information to also share. Yeah, he makes my my skin crawl too. I just can't, you know, and going back over some of the stuff with him in it, because we've seen so many videos of him on YouTube. Oh my goodness, come on. It's been so hard to go back and rewatch some of this stuff. Just sending out another reminder at the top of the YouTube here. We do have a place for you to click on and go to Amazon and help the Vaughan family with their holiday wish list. You know, they need help. They have a lot of bills to pay right now. They got co-payments to be paying out for all of Brandi's health issues and stuff. You know, when she did talk live on Purple's show, I mean, she's actually talking about a liver transplant. This is huge. And I don't know if a liver transplant cures everything that's wrong with her, or if she's still going to have other issues. But, you know, we just want to be there for the family during the holidays. So anything you can do to help them would be great. Let's see what we got here. This is Stacey Wondra talking about the child that I mentioned earlier.
You did mention seeing a child out by himself, but you didn't know that it was Michael.
Not at all. Yeah, I don't know who he is. You know, I didn't think it was out of the weird. You know, he was just being himself, being a kid.
I mean, do you recognize him now?
No, not at all.
No.
That kid did not depict Michael at all. No, the timestamp of when he went missing was it like 6 o'clock or 6:30 at night or 7. We left.
Oh my God, Hot Mess, you gotta be kidding me. So Hot Mess is saying that a friend of her has a room for rent in Boise, and he showed up for the room. Wow. Wow. Just how scary. And you know, did your friend know who Stacey was? Or did you have to tell your friend who Stacey was? That would just, you know, I got invited once onto a live where Stacey, crime sleuthing, invited me over, and Stacey said he was going to show up. He never did show up, but I had to come up with some questions for him if he did show up on panel, and I was trying to do that, and I just kept telling my husband while I'm throughout the day puking, because I'm telling my husband, I got to talk to this guy that might have murdered Michael, because we don't know which one of them hurt Michael, which one did what to Michael. But I'm like, what if he's the one that did it? I have to talk to him. I already know he's involved, and I could not get over it. I just could not get over it. Long story short, I was kind of thankful that he didn't show, because I was a mess all day long. I did not want to talk to him. Now, if I'm ever in that position again, I think I've grown a little bit as far as like being able to talk to the public and stuff like that. I think I would be able to interview him if he ever wanted to be interviewed or talk to me. So he's more than welcome to contact me through my email that went up earlier. So I'm just saying though, like, for somebody to have a room for rent and know that this is Stacey when they come to the door wanting to look at the room, or however the incident went, like, wow. Yeah, it would just be so uncomfortable and scary to be anywhere near him. I bet it wouldn't matter. You'd be like, hell no. Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Get rid of this. It's just... So usually you have long life issues. My dad had a transplant. The anti-rejection meds can cause some issues. That's going back talking about what else Brandi could deal with after her liver transplant. We know that Purple's aunt literally went through almost the same thing, actually recently too, and did really well. So that's what we're praying for Brandi. Yeah, I'd be scared too. I would not want to deal. Let's see what else he has to say about the child that he says he saw.
At 5:30. That's when they timestamped us leaving the neighborhood.
Okay, so when you saw the child playing, about what time was it?
You talking in reference to the child that was on his own?
Yeah.
I don't know. He was out there when we had left the house. We never stopped other than to stop on 8th Street in Arizona to go fill up fluid, and that was it.
Okay, so you didn't talk to him or anything?
Not at all, no.
You didn't ask if he was lost or anything like that?
No,
Do you remember what he was wearing? What colors or anything?
not at all. I know that it was not Michael. I can tell you that. I would have recognized the picture.
Well, you've seen it a lot, right?
Yeah, he changed his profile picture just a day or two after Michael came up missing to a picture of Michael that the family didn't even know where he had even gotten the picture from. Comes to find out, he was friends with somebody that was friends with the Vaughan family, and they had a picture of Michael that he ended up using to create his Facebook profile picture. Meanwhile, there's a TikTok with Stacey Wondra, and in the background, Monkey's flyer is hanging on the refrigerator. And then crazy stuff's posted on TikTok. We'll go over some of that stuff at a later time. But yeah, he knew what Michael looked like. Of course he knew who Michael looked like because he helped abduct him.
Okay.
Every day.
You see the child who you said does not look like Michael. Who was with you?
Who was in the truck was Sarah, Brandon, and me.
And who pointed out the child that was out?
I saw him. I don't know whether they saw him. The hood was up on the truck, but I can tell you that it did not match Michael's description.
Who saw the child? Who said there's a child?
As far as I know, it was just me. As far as I'm concerned, it was only me. After I shut the hood, he was still out and about. So I take that back. No, Sarah did see him. So did Brandon, but we never thought anything different of it, and it was not Michael. Like I keep saying,
But when you were putting the power steering fluid in, that was at Southwest 8th in Arizona.
Correct.
Did the child approach the truck? Because you're working at the truck, and some kids get really curious.
No, not at all.
Was he standing?
Did you guys just hear him clear that throat and then do that hard swallow? Let me see if I can just rewind it just a tiny, tiny bit. Pay attention here to what he does.
Different of it, and it was not Michael. Like I keep saying,
But when you were putting the power steering fluid in, that was at Southwest 8th in Arizona.
Correct.
Did the child approach the truck? Because you're working at the truck, and some kids get really curious.
No, not at all.
Clear the throat, big gulp. He is so uncomfortable talking about this child with Brooks that he's saying was not Michael. Callie Dime says he puts himself there at the time. Yeah, at the time that Michael was abducted. And he changes the story about the little kid constantly. He knew he slipped up when he said he saw a kid playing with a toy. And then he talks about it, whether or not it was a tricycle, whether or not it was this or that. If you saw a child there and you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't know if it was a tricycle. You wouldn't know if they were in the yard on the sidewalk. He says sidewalk. He said in the yard. He does. Kelly, he changes his story so many times about this child. It's so obvious that he is so uncomfortable talking about it and just doesn't even realize. Like, I don't know how he doesn't realize how much he lies. Like, he just lies so much.
Was he standing or sitting?
Oh, he was playing with his he was playing with something, but it wasn't
playing with his, he's saying his something. He can't and won't say what this child was playing with. And I think that's because if he were to actually say out loud what Michael, because we do all believe this was Michael, was playing with, it would almost give him up, right? Especially if the parents or law enforcement heard him actually say what he did see Michael playing with, it would give Stacey up. It would put, I mean, he's already there. He's already on 8th in Arizona, in the last place where Michael's seen. And now he's just so uncomfortable talking about this toy, this whatever it was that he cannot mention, would have fried him. Okay, send him to prison. Law enforcement would have been rap, tap, tap, tap. We got a question for you. How'd you know what he was playing with? That's what I feel, just from all of the different interviews that I've watched with him, after hearing some creators talk about the fact that Michael had something on him that day. I don't know. If I'm wrong, correct me. I know Kelly here is really close with yeah, playing with what Kelly says, 100%. Oh, and he does not drink milk, Hot Mess says. Oh, sorry, that kind of got off the subject there, but yeah, I really believe that he just can't say what he saw Michael playing with.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to recollect as best as I can for you guys. There was nothing. I think I want to say he was standing.
Was he in the street?
No, he was by houses.
So he was by a house. Do you know the color of the house?
No, I didn't pay attention to that. But nothing was nothing was unusual about it.
Definitely clearing his throat, and pay attention to how far away he says these houses were from each other. And on the map where 9th and Arizona meet and where 8th Street is, you can tell there's only a couple of houses right there on Arizona before you get to 9th Street. And listen to how he talks about how this neighborhood's set up.
Oh, he was just doing his own thing.
And how far away from the street was he?
I was on the sidewalk.
Oh,
earlier he said it was in the yard. You guys remember hearing him say that? Now he's on the sidewalk. And he also mentioned, when all of this interview first started, that, he didn't even really see this kid. He really didn't even see who this kid was, what they were wearing, whether it was a boy or girl.
He's on the sidewalk. Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't even in the street.
But he was by a house. Was it like
there was a whole stretch of houses?
at Southwest 8th in Arizona? Okay. About how many houses down did you see him?
I don't know. I could see him in the distance. You know what I mean? Like there was I could see the face, but I don't.
He couldn't see the kid's face earlier. Remember that? He couldn't see the kid's face. Now he can see the kid's face. And now he's also saying he saw the kid from a distance, when earlier he makes it sound like he just changes his story so much. It's just so disgusting. I can't with him.
Probably 5, 6, 7 houses down.
You saw this child on the sidewalk.
Out of the weird, he was just.
He says 5, 6, 7 houses down. No way. Okay. I showed a map earlier. There's literally from 8th Street to 9th Street, just a couple houses. And then you go over just a couple houses, and that's where Michael lived. That right there in itself is only 4 houses away, and that's going around a corner. Okay. There is no 5, 6, 7 houses. There just isn't. And of course I had to lose track of where it was. Let's see.
I don't remember that specifically. It just seemed like he was just doing his own thing. He was just being a kid.
Well, I mean, how did you know the child was playing?
He was just doing his own thing. I don't know what else to say. There was nothing unusual about it. The part where we found out about him disappearing was very,
Ginger, thank you for being here. This is a clip from Crime Lines and Lies. From several months back. She did so many interviews, I can't even tell you which interview it was for this particular video. And these are a bunch of clips kind of like put together. So
normal for us. I mean, we saw kids playing outside all the time. Or doing their own thing, you know? I mean, kids would walk the neighborhood all the time.
Sure.
It was a safe neighborhood, you know, or it was supposed to be.
I mean, did he have a trike or anything with him? You know, like a tricycle, bicycle, anything?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Well, like I said, the kid that I saw did not depict Michael at all. In fact, the kid that I saw looked like he had dark hair, like very dark hair, like mine.
Well, how old do you?
okay, I didn't see the child very well, but he had dark hair like mine. He couldn't really see him because he wasn't very close. He saw him from a distance, but he didn't have blonde hair. He's got dark hair.
Who do you think that child was?
I don't know. Like, I mean, he was definitely a little taller. You know, he wasn't like.
And now he can say that this kid was taller than Michael. Like he knew how tall Michael was. That's the inside picture of that comment, okay? How does he know how tall Michael was? I mean, it does say it on the flyer, but I mean, come on. Taller than Michael? Come on. Keep lying, Stacey.
It didn't look like a 5-year-old kid at all. I'd say if I had to guess age, maybe 7, 8, 9. I mean, he wasn't like a little kid. You know what I mean? Like he was. That's why I said it didn't concern me at all that he was out and about doing his thing.
Well, I mean, how do you know it was a?
AV added the link to Crime Lines and Lies. She's saying that it's the third interview that Brooks did with Stacey Wondra. So you can see the whole interview over there.
A little boy.
Thank you, AV, for looking that up for everyone. I appreciate you.
I mean, aren't kids technically still labeled as little? I mean, if they're not in pre-adult.
She added all 3 interviews. That's what she did. Okay. So all 3 interviews are there. Plus, you can go over to Brooks' channel and you can look. A lot of people did interviews with Stacey Wondra, but Brooks did the most. She really got him talking. But you can also look at the lab with Josh, Justin Farall. I mean, just look up Stacey Wondra on YouTube and you will see lots of creators that spoke or did shows about Michael Vaughan. You can also look up Michael Vaughan to see any interviews that were done with Brandi and Tyler or the statements put out by law enforcement. Get to know the case, please, before you get on anywhere talking about things, because we don't want to spread any rumors. Now that we're all back at it and talking about the case again, let's try to, fact check everything we do before we share it.
I can't confirm whether it was a boy or girl. I know that short hair, it was dark brown.
Well, did you tell the police?
They're aware of everything. I've told them everything I know. Told them everything my surroundings that night, my alerts. I mean, they know everything. I've told them.
Well, since you told police about the child in the area when you were putting in power steering fluid, do you think that's why they still consider you a suspect?
I don't know. As far as I was told, or, you know, as far as I heard, that I was not considered a person of interest to them anymore.
Okay. Did Sarah ever ask you to take the child you saw? Did she ever try to make you do anything against your will?
No.
Did she do it?
No, there was no kid taken from us. Like we're going over the same fucking questions, Brooks. I've answered them every way I can.
Michael is still missing.
Well, I understand this, and I've already answered a million questions from people that are asking the same exact questions throughout all 3 videos. I don't have any other information to give them. You're asking the same exact questions of all 3 videos. I get we're trying to rehash, but people can also backtrack and watch the same videos too.
If Sarah tried to take a child or Brandon, would you tell them to stop?
Absolutely. And I would go bring law enforcement involved.
Did you tell her to stop?
Yes, I would tell her to stop.
Did you tell her to stop?
No, she wasn't even asking about going to take a kid.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
Sarah, me, Brandon were in the car, the truck. We had pulled off of by Arizona and 8.
This is one of his interviews that he did. I believe it was on True Crime with Eve. And he is high as a kite. He's on so much drugs. I could not get a good video of him on here, but he is sweating bullets. He is pale as a ghost. This is just, you know, I can't say shortly before he's arrested for his parole, but I was definitely telling my admins on both of my groups on Facebook that you could just tell that he was definitely on something. This is when he's trying to convince everybody that he gave a false tip to law enforcement, that it was a false tip and he really did it. Well, whether it was a false tip or not, Stacey, you still told police where Michael was in the backyard at your house. And they went and searched it and found out that Michael was there but had been moved. We can all see the shit stains in your underwear, if you wear any, when you found out that Michael's body wasn't still in the backyard. So who moved Michael? Why don't you tell us that? Who moved Michael? And Hot Mess, thank you for reminding me. I know exactly who you are now. I remember you had said something about letting Stacey live with you at one point in time. I would love to have you up on panel so you could talk about, you know, your experiences and stuff. So I saw that you emailed me your phone number. We can get together and we can talk or whatever. Maybe we can do a show and have you on and you can talk to us about Stacey and how it was, you know, living with him and stuff. I would love that. And I'm sure everybody else would love to hear from you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. I totally remember who you are. As soon as I saw that somebody was like, what, you lived with him? Yeah, he was lit, Kelly. You can just tell in this video, he is out of it. He is so high on drugs. Let me finish. This clip's almost over, guys.
Street on the side of the road. I had been putting power steering fluid in the truck. I noticed a kid down the road, kind of in the yard, that was playing, just doing his thing, being himself. And, you know, it was a secure neighborhood. You know, I didn't think anything of it at all. But I would say it's probably like 5:35, 5:40.
So you come out your neighborhood and you come to 8th right there at the corner. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you stop and you put power steering fluid in your vehicle.
Yep.
Now, was you the only person to get out the vehicle at that point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you check the level, you see it needs some power steering fluid. Now, while you was there, did you notice anything?
noticed a boy playing in the neighborhood, somebody's yard, but
Tell me a little bit about the child you noticed. What did you see? What was going on?
I just know he had dark brown hair.
Uh-huh.
He was taller, like he had to have been 8, 9, 10 years old. Mind you,
now it's 8, 9, 10 years old. Now it's on the long stretch of the 8th. It's no longer a child on Arizona. You guys get the point. Hey, Slim, got a question for you. And a question for anybody in chat that might actually know or can explain to me, who is Randy Strickland? Slim, I've seen you post Randy Strickland. Now you're saying, please tell us about your involvement. Someone tell me who Randy Strickland is, because now my mind's like, okay, I need to know. Inquiring minds need to know. Yeah, who is Randy Strickland? How was he involved in Michael's case? Does anybody want to let me know? Yeah, more lies, more lies. Are you saying, Hot Mess, that you have him in your house now? Yeah, he did totally rat himself out while he was trying to get a deal, while he was incarcerated. He thought he was gonna, yeah, he thought he was going to, get us a little bit of time off of his sentence and released. Okay, so Dolly's interview, thank you so much for throwing that up. Still texting me, calling me, and he parked out front on the 24th and honked. Oh my God. Slim Hauser is saying he was at the Wander home when Tanner got beat by Sarah. Okay. I know that incident. Tanner is one of the reasons why she is serving time in prison now, because she beat him over the head with a GUN, I believe, right? Matter of fact, I'm just sitting here reading all these comments because, like, there's some information that I have never heard or seen. Hot Mess is talking on the interview with Brooks and Dolly. He was in my house. Okay. I can't imagine having him living at my home and then finding out that he has some involvement in a child's abduction. That would just be so friggin' creepy. So creepy. And we would be glad to have you on to talk about it. So Tanner was somebody that was just at the house. As the story goes for me, Sally Mae, Tanner came over to the house. They were all hanging out. It was a house full of people. Something to do with Tanner wanted to help barbecue or something and went out back and was going to move the barbecuer, which is where don't know if this is true or not. Apparently, supposedly, this grill that he wanted to use was over where Michael's body could have been in that backyard. And yeah, Sarah flipped out about him trying to like move the grill or whatever from where it was at in that spot. And there was a big altercation or whatever. And she ends up beating the crap out of him, verbally abusing him and whatnot. I mean, Sarah Wondra is a violent person. Let me get out. I've got some paperwork here. And then after I go over this, I'm probably going to close it down for the evening just because I want to do more lives to get Michael's name out there. And if I start talking about all the information that I have, then I will not be able to talk about more information. I'll just, well, and even if I do go over the same stuff over and over again, I don't care. So, oh, it wasn't beating him with a gun. So Wondra pled not guilty. She eventually ended up pleading guilty, and that's why she is sitting in prison. To one count of each of the following: aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for allegedly pointing a gun at someone's head at close range during immediately following a verbal assault. That was with Tanner. Evidence destruction or altercation. This is because she took this gun that was in the house, gun that was not supposed to be in the house, to her mom's house. So she's trying to hide this evidence from law enforcement by attempting to prevent the firearm from being found as evidence, and controlled substance for possession of hydrocodone pills. And she was told that the maximum sentence for the first count was 5 years with a $5,000 fine, and also allows up to $5,000 in civil penalties for the victim. The second carries anywhere from 10-year maximum to $10,000 fine. The third, 7-year maximum with a $15,000 fine. And she's currently sitting in prison for 3 to 7 years currently. I'll email back and forth with you a little bit, Hot Mess, or we can get on the phone and talk and just come up with a plan of action to like talk on the phone a little bit, and a day that would work good for you, and get you up on panel and let you talk about Stacey Wondra living at your house and how you're feeling about it all. You can start, and if you want, writing things down, anything you want to talk about or remember. And we do appreciate you very much for wanting to come out and talk about it. This is just crazy to hear all of this information, Hot Mess. You are letting us all know. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, I totally got that wrong. She threatened him with it. Pointed it at his head. And yep, we will all be here to listen. Because things are a hot mess in Michael's case. These suspects, Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Adrian Lucian, and Brandon Shirtliff, all need to be held accountable for the abduction of Michael. One of them needs to flip on another, tell us what happened. Well, tell the family, tell law enforcement what happened. Give this family some peace. And please, hop up, click the link at the top. The Vaughn's holiday wish list. Maybe send something to one of the kids for Christmas. It would all be much appreciated. We know that Brandi is going to be so grateful for just anything. We know she's grateful now. Hot Mess is saying that she's had to keep everything quiet because she was working with another creator to have him violated. Well, we're glad that you are working to do everything. I don't know about you guys here, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Hot Mess, but I do have a link if you want to come up and talk to us and tell us about it now. You don't have to, but I am throwing it out. There might be a lot of creators that come at you wanting you to come up on their panel after they're hearing that you're willing to come up here. So if you want to come up now, I'm sure everybody here, oh wow, Hot Mess says okay. Well, let me send the link. You can click on it and come up. Make sure there's no background noise in the back. I'm just probably gonna let you speak. Let me get this. I know I have it on here. Hold on one second. Wow, so Hot Mess is going to come up and she is going to talk about Stacey Wondra living at her house. Let me know if this link works good for you. I want everybody to be nice. There ain't going to be anybody bullying or calling this person a liar. This Hot Mess wants to come out and talk. So let's just keep it real, okay? Sub up to the channel. Give a like. Give a huge thumbs up, please. Become a member if you would like to. If you want to be a screamer and be loud, become a screamer. If you want to be a whisperer and stay quiet and sit in the bushes, you can become a member and just sit in the bushes. We love having everybody here. We're a good community. We're all like family. We just love advocating for the missing children. Michael is just one of a few children that we've covered. And like I said, Hot Mess is here. She's going to talk. I want everybody to be nice. All of my moderators be ready. I don't want anybody talking crap, okay? She's here. She wants to talk. She's been not wanting to talk for a while, and she's finally ready to talk. So let's just hear what she has to say and give a good, warm welcome to Hot Mess.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I am good. I've had to stay in the shadows for a while because I was working with another creator, and up until he was arrested, a few months back, I had to be his friend. I got photos of him out of state because he said, let's go play poker in Oregon. So that all went to Fruitland, and yeah, he continued to call me and text me, I'm so sorry, be my friend. So for months and months, I had to be on here as Hot Mess and pretend that I didn't know anything. But hi, everybody.
Hi, your camera's on. You can choose to, I mean, you're more braver than me. You can turn your camera off if you want to keep, turn your camera off, or you can, keep your beautiful face up there. We're just so glad that you decided to come up and talk about it.
Yeah, I'm not hiding anymore, and I'm not afraid of Stacey or his friends or his threats. And when I saw that he had an $80 million supposed lawsuit, I hope he realizes that all it's going to do is get him new charges. Hindering an investigation, lying to the police, all kinds of stuff. So,
oh wow.
Yeah. And then when a friend of mine in Boise, I apologize for walking around the room. When a friend of mine in Boise called me up this afternoon, he says, you'll never guess who just answered my Craigslist ad on renting the room. And I said, who? And he goes, am I allowed to cuss on here?
You can say whatever you want to say.
All right. And he goes, that fat fuck Stacey. And so that's when I went on to Craigslist and I posted an urgent warning for anyone who's renting a room. And I posted it under rooms and shares.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So I don't want any of my friends to end up renting this scumbag a room.
Hold on one second. Yeah, thank you so very much for the super sticker. I love you, girlfriend. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to have you a part of my life. I appreciate that so much.
Aw. But yeah,
wow.
and watching the struggles.
That would just be crazy.
It's just like I said on Dolly's show back in January when he rented when I rented the room to this guy with a sob story, Stacey. I was one of the bikers the day after Michael came up missing. There must have been 80 bikers there, and I was one of them that was walking around Fruitland, walking through fields. And I had no idea that, you know, they had 4 suspects at the time that I had rented Stacey the room. And it wasn't until one of my neighbors recognized him and came running over and said, "Hey, that guy is doing a YouTube, and he's on YouTube about a Michael Vaughan case." And I said, "What do you mean, Michael Vaughan?" And that's when I put 2 and 2 together. And
Oh
he
my
was,
gosh.
I think he was on with Brooks at the time that I broke into the bedroom and told him, "Pack your shit, get the hell out."
Oh wow.
But I'm not hiding from him anymore. I befriended him for months. If he called, I went. This is after I threw him out. He kept calling to apologize. He needed a friend, and so I did. I decided to play the wounded person that felt sorry for him. I gathered so much information and sent everything to Fruitland and got him thrown back in prison with all the violations, especially the photos that I sent to his parole officer of him out of state in Oregon gambling with me.
Wow. Well, good for you. I did read that that was actually one of the violations, was him being out of state. And I also heard that it was for being out of state gambling. I mean, I can actually back
Oh, where
you
did
the
you?
hell up on that one. I know that for sure.
Yeah, I have the creator that I was working with. I don't want to mention him. He can let himself be known later. He's also very low key, like you, no drama. He's into the facts only. And so I worked with him, and everything went to Fruitland. And then I went to Fruitland. They set up a recording device on my phone. I recorded every phone call, every text message, everything. And it all went to Fruitland PD. And within a matter of just a few weeks after I started working them, he was back in prison. So, and like I said, with that Craigslist ad that I did, I will do whatever it takes to make his life as hard as possible, because what he's doing to that family, and knowing what he knows and letting, I mean, I could only fear what Brandi and Tyler are going through. I could never imagine. I can only fear it. And
Right.
I sit there and I think, you know, I have 7 grandchildren and 1 great grandchild now. And you know what? I would go to, life in prison for me would be a very short sentence in protecting my children and my grandkids.
I have 6 grandkids. I'm right there with you. I would do anything to protect them. I would do whatever it took. Thank you so much for being so brave, for doing all of this. We all, I know everyone in chat, everyone in Brandi and the family especially appreciates everything you've done to, you know,
Well,
help in
after
the case and for going out and looking for Michael. If I was around, I would do the same thing. I advocate for another kid here close to me too. So,
oh, good for you. But yeah, after Stacey stayed here, I felt so angry and vindictive and nasty. I started driving. I started watching the TikTok or the YouTubes that he was doing with the description of the routes that he took and everything. So I
yeah.
drove those. I drove every street that he did, supposedly towing a car. I timed everything and sent it all to Fruitland, and the other creator I was working with.
And so how exactly did you find out that he was a suspect again?
My next door neighbor is a school teacher, and she recognized him because he was coming in and out the house with Ubers and all this stuff back and forth all the time, getting sandwiches, groceries, going and I don't know where all he was going. He was here 5 days. And in that 5 days, he was gone a lot, had a lot of little lies, but he was always, "Oh my gosh, can I help you? Can I do something? You want me to vacuum? I can cook," and blah, blah, blah. He was, I will tell you, the phone interview with him and then me driving to Boise to meet him before he moved in, he said and did everything right. He was polite, well-spoken, courteous, a gentleman, opening my truck door for me. And I will say that I literally thought, oh my God, I finally found somebody nice, to rent this room. Until my neighbor recognized who he was, because she watches the news. I don't. I do now. I never miss the news. But yep, I have followed everything. Even from jail, he kept trying to call me. I had to call the federal prison system to have my number blocked from their system. And the second he got out, he's been calling, texting, driving by the house, sending me, let's see if I can pull one up. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You can still see me?
We're all
Okay.
listening. Yeah. Wow,
So
he's
I'm
just
going
so
in.
manipulative. So then now we get to see like another side of him. We're hearing somebody talk about just how charming he could actually be to, coerce you into letting him come stay at your house, which explains everything that you said inside your Craigslist. So good for you. Good for you for coming out and saying something.
Here's the text message I got from him just November 23rd. Kelly, look, I wanted to apologize for whatever it is that I've done to upset you. I do care about you a lot, and I thought you were my good friend. I'm sorry you're going through dialysis, which tells me he's watching my TikTok. I'm sorry you're going through dialysis. I'm praying for you. I don't know what Danny told you about me. Danny told you about me, but I never asked her to.
Are you still there? We can't hear you. It may have something to do with the fact that you are reading from another screen. And I don't know if you can hear me. Everybody's really concerned though. I did. Thank you, Heidi. Everybody's concerned though that you got your real name up there, so you might want to change your real name if you're still here. She froze up. Everybody keep letting her know in case she can't hear me that she let me see if I can remove her and then add her again. Let me see. Are you there, Kelly? You might have to re-enter into the stage. Let me put it back up for you. Going to come in and come out again.
All right, is that it?
Oh, got you. Yay.
Okay.
Nice. So we were listening to your text messaging and you cut out when you were reading and you had mentioned that he had gotten a hold of you and was talking about something and he must have been reading your TikToks or your messages or something like that. And then after that, we just totally lost you.
Yeah, in one of my TikToks, it shows I have a port, and I've been having to do treatments, high proteins and such. I will start radiation and chemo probably after the first of the year for a lymph node that went malignant. But I'm fine. I'm healthy. My dogs are good. But he's been watching my TikToks because he says, I'm so sorry you're going through dialysis. I'm not going through dialysis.
Oh goodness. Well, we're all going to be sending some prayers out for your way for some healing. So I hope that can give you some comfort because, you know, you're doing a
I'd much
lot coming
rather,
out of the open.
yeah, I'd much rather all of those prayers go to Brandi and Fruitland Police Department, that God guides their hand to where it needs to be.
Thank you. Bless your heart. We're just
So,
so appreciative to have you, you know, talk about everything you went through. I could not imagine being told by a neighbor that, you know, the man that abducted Michael's at your house, especially. Oh, lost her for sure. Hold on 1 second. I'll get you back up. Just put the link up again.
I am not going to touch any more buttons.
I think that could be what's kicking you off.
Well,
Yeah.
there's this chat button at the bottom, and I thought maybe I could read everybody's comments or questions at the same time, because right now it's just me and you on screen.
Right. Yeah, I could not imagine having my neighbor tell me that the person involved in Michael's abduction was living with me.
Yeah.
And not only that, but you had actually went out and, you know, searched for Michael right after he came up missing. So
Yeah.
you already knew who Michael was and everything else. That is just absolutely crazy. I mean, I
Right.
couldn't even, I mean, what were you going through like after you found out and you told him to get out? I mean, how long did it take him to like actually leave, or what were you feeling being in the house with him?
I told him to get his ass in my truck right now, because he had that girl here. Some girl that came from Oregon on a medical transport. She had some kind of a doctor's appointment in Boise. So she was staying the night here. And it was the next morning that my neighbor came over and she says, "Hey, that guy that lives with you is on YouTube right now." I said, "Stacey?" She goes, "Yeah, he's the #1 suspect in the Michael Vaughan disappearance." And the name Michael Vaughan clicked right there, because I've thought about him ever since all that. And that's when I went in and I said, "Get your shit in my truck right now." He was actually, I believe, on the phone he was on a YouTube with Brooks. So, and he said to Brooks, "I gotta go. She's throwing me out. She found out." And Brooks goes, "Found out what?" "You know." And he hung up.
Oh
So
no.
I didn't want to
Gotcha.
throw him out. I didn't want to throw him out in my neighborhood. There's too many kids around here. So I packed him and her up in my truck and dumped him at St. Alphonsus Medical Center in Boise.
Well, good for you. So, do you know if that was the girl? There's some questions coming in from chat. Do you know if this was the girl with the land, or was it his girlfriend?
Yes, that is the girl with the land in Oregon. And I tried to find out everything I could about her. I did get her address and everything. I let Fruitland know everything.
Good, good. Thank you.
Every single thing he texted me, every phone call was recorded, and everything went to Fruitland.
So, when you started packing him up and putting him into the truck, did you get to see the ugly side of Stacey, or was he still trying to kiss your ass and keep a place to stay?
He wasn't kissing my ass or anything, but he was kind of whining and bitter on the way to Boise. "Man, I really need a place to stay. You know, I'm innocent, and all these people." I said, "Well, if you're so innocent, quit changing your story on all of these YouTubes."
Did
Well,
you
that's
take
what
the
I'm saying.
time to like watch any of those YouTubes or anything before you made your decision to kick him out, or?
After. I didn't know anything. I had never been on YouTube in my life except for like fix-it videos. "Oh, how do I
Oh
get
shit.
this? How do I get wax out of my carpet?" You know, I had
Oh
never
gosh.
even. Yep, and it wasn't until I got home and I started Googling Stacey Wondra, Michael, this and that. And that's when Dolly was talking about him. And I was like, "Oh my God, this guy." And so I called in. And that was the very first time. That was that interview with Dolly was 4 hours after I threw Stacey out. I was that mad that I just wanted to go on there and tell everybody how conniving he is.
Oh, wow. So you've done another interview before.
It was just that was the day that I threw him out, and I started Googling him on YouTube and all this stuff. And I found this guy, Dolly, doing a live with Stacey's picture. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going on there. And I started listening. And I'm like, hey, I just threw him out of my house today. And the guy goes, I need to call you.
Right?
So
Holy shit. Like, yeah.
Yeah. And I've not done any YouTubes or anything. And I have no problem. I figure if Stacey sees this, which I'm sure he will, he won't call me anymore. He'll stop driving by the house. He'll stop texting me. He'll stop putting comments on my Facebook and my TikTok and stuff. You know, I have a TikTok. It's for my dogs. You know, it's funny stuff. It's teaching stuff. And he's ridiculous.
How long was he staying with you?
He was there.
Before
He
you
was
found
here
out?
5 days.
Just 5 days. Okay. Well, thank God he wasn't there any longer.
Right. And after that, it was about a week later that another creator contacted me and he says, hey, would you be his friend? Could you do that? And I said, if it's going to help get information on where Michael is. And I did. And he would call me, hey, let's go to dinner. Hey, come pick me up and let's go do this. Oh, and I was trying to find out all of his favorite camping spots, everything. So out of state camping.
When was he driving by your house? Was this recently? Since he's been out?
He drove by the house on the 24th. He texted me on the 23rd. He drove by the house on the 24th. My caregiver was here. And he sat out front and he honked the horn twice and then left. And I live in a cul-de-sac. He drove up the cul-de-sac, around, drove back by slow and honked again and waved.
Oh my God. Now, did you call law enforcement and let them know that okay, good for you.
Yeah,
Protect
I
yourself.
told Nampa, and I also told all of my neighbors to watch out. So they know all about him. They know he was here. We had a big meeting, me and all my neighbors, so they know everything. I don't lie to my neighbors. I have no reason to lie to anybody because then I just have to make up lies to cover lies. So I came clean with all my neighbors and told them, hey, this guy was in my home. I am so sorry. I didn't know who he was. You know, one of my neighbors, I was terrified because she's very protective over her son. And when I told her, I thought for sure that I was going to hit the ground. That's the type of mother she is. Just anything that would put her son, I seriously thought she was going to knock me out, but she actually understood and gave me a hug and said, it's not your fault. We're just going to keep everything locked and loaded.
I've got a question here. Callie Dime didn't realize that he was back in Idaho. Yes, he was released from Fresno County prison in California on the 15th of November and recently came back to Idaho, or came back to Idaho shortly thereafter. So yeah, Callie, he's back in Idaho.
Yes. He is staying in a homeless shelter in downtown Boise.
Wow. Do you know the name of the shelter?
No, it's going to be one of 4 different shelters. I don't know which one.
Okay. Yeah, he probably won't be there long. As soon as he gets some hands on some drugs or starts more, maybe getting violations. I don't know what kind of, maybe, I don't know actually.
Now,
if he's on any kind of supervised
that's
parole
what I've been
or
trying
anything.
to find out.
I don't know. Yeah, because nothing's being,
Did
when I was finishing or researching to do the show, I was trying to see if any new information had came out since he was been released or whatnot, and I have not been able to find anything. So, yeah, I don't know if there's.
I don't know if he finished his sentence and he's out, not on parole. I don't know if he finished his sentence and he's not being supervised. I have no idea. So I haven't been able to find any of that information out, and I've looked.
Yeah, I haven't been able to find that either. All I know is I followed where he was going and what he was doing after he left Idaho. I know he went down to California, stayed in California for a little while. Then he went to SeaTac, Seattle, Washington's federal prison. Then he went back down to California and Fresno, and then was released November 15th. And I want to say he finished out the rest of his sentence that he was supposed to finish out before he was released last time, when, you know, right after he had given that tip about where Michael was in the backyard. That's as far as I know. He was released from Fresno County, California. If you go over to Michael Vaughan Case Revisited or my community page, I've posted all of that information and put it up there for people to find. So you should be able to find it easily if you go look.
Okay.
Any other crazy things you want to share with us about Stacey?
And this milk thing has been driving me crazy. So him and this girl went and got food boxes to help me out with food because Stacey was pretty much eating everything that he could fit in his grubby little hands.
Right.
So they went to the food bank and came back with 3 gallons of milk. This is the day after he moved in. Those 3 gallons of milk sat in my fridge and he wouldn't take them. I told him, get your milk too. Well, I don't like milk. He never drank the milk, never even opened one. So for the one interview that he did with Brooks, oh, I drink lots of milk. I can't get enough of milk. I drink gallons and gallons a day. No, he doesn't. He said he doesn't like milk. He had 3 gallons sitting in my refrigerator. Oh my God, somebody just texted. I can just imagine who that is.
Oh, good Lord, you're joking me.
Stacey James Wondra, an inmate wants to text with you to approve this correspondence. Reply. I have no idea. He's got to be, he's using that phone that the federal prison gave him.
Yeah.
He's wanting to text with me right now. Did you hear the ding go off?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Kelly,
I don't answer it. He doesn't leave me alone. I'm sure he's watching this and I don't care. I'm not hiding anymore.
Kelly, I just put up a link for you to find that information about the Fresno County Prison.
Okay.
Sorry,
but yeah, I played him like a fiddle. I played him like a fine fiddle and everything I could find out, Fruitland has. Everything he said, text, voicemailed, phone calls, Fruitland has it. And I pretended to be his friend for months. And now,
have you tried blocking this particular number?
Yes, he dials from Google numbers all the time.
Wow.
Yep.
So it's constantly a new number. So even if you block it, he's just creating a new number through Google and using it to try to get a hold of you.
Yep. And my caregiver is here during the day and she answers my phone when it's a number I don't recognize. And she's talked to him twice now, my caregiver, telling him to leave me alone and stop calling.
Wow.
He's ridiculous. He is very much a narcissist. People say that he has a very, very low IQ. No, he doesn't. This man, he's well-spoken when he wants to be. He is smart. He is very devious. He can say one thing and make you believe another. It's just, I mean, he can say something out of his mouth and then 5 minutes later convince you that he didn't say it.
Wow.
I mean, all these interviews I've seen of him on YouTube where he's laying back and he's chewing and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, he's totally making himself look like a hillbilly freaking slob. And when he really gets down to it, he can, if he took a polygraph, I'm sure he would pass because he is a very good actor. Very good.
Right now, I'm just sitting back thinking to myself, are you safe right now? I mean, this is like stalking charges or harassment charges. I mean,
I have big pew pew, I have medium pew pew, and 2 little pew pews. So I'm good.
All right. Just be safe, you know, make
I
sure
also have
everything.
people that live here.
I mean, I'm just a smaller channel compared to some of the other people that do lives and stuff on YouTube. I'm actually, you know, I don't have a lot of people. So I don't know if he's watching this, if this is coincidence or not, but I'm kind of getting the feeling that since there was a lot of chaos earlier between him and Brooks, he's looking around YouTube and probably found this live and saw your face.
Yeah.
So be
Well,
careful.
Brooks, not long after I threw him out, just a couple of days, Brooks called me. I guess Stacey gave her my number, and Brooks called me to warn me how mad he was and that he was out to get me and blah blah blah. And I told her, tell him bring it on. And I played him like a fiddle, and I loved it. And I would do it again in a heartbeat, except I'm tired of hiding and I'm tired of dealing with him. So I decided to come clean where he could see it and hopefully leave me the hell alone.
Well, thank you for coming up here and talking about it all. We appreciate you so, so much. I mean, if you ever want to come back up, if you ever remember anything else that you want to share with us or anything, you know, you can send me an email or I'll have your phone number here soon. So I'll text you and you'll have my phone number here soon and we can communicate and talk and stuff. And let's just make sure that everything you share with us is okay with law enforcement. I want to say that number one, just to make sure, you know, because we don't want to hinder anything going on with the investigation. And let me tell you, you're one tough cookie, I can tell. And damn.
Well, ever since all this happened with Stacey being in my house and me having to play double agent, I'm going to say, I have Michael's flyers taped to the back of my truck. Everywhere I go, I tape something, whether it's St. Alphonsus, the grocery store, the gas station. I put a flyer on Lisa's mailbox every month. So wow. I know they all know something. I know they do. And I got all the flyers in a binder. And what I did was, hi puppy, look up. It's gonna get dark for a second because I'm walking through the house.
Okay.
You're not going in there.
Everybody's just thanking you for your bravery and telling your story, and some people are wondering why you're putting yourself in harm's way.
Honestly, I really wish he would come to my door. I really do. But yeah, I put Michael's flyers in these plastic. Oh, geez. Well, that's a different one. I put his flyers in plastic. So I actually took this one off of my truck today because it's faded. And I have the new updated ones. So I've got to tape those on the back of the truck. But yeah, no mother
advocating too.
No mother should ever have to go through what Brandi is going through. And I couldn't, like I said, I can't say the words I couldn't imagine. I could only fear a small part of what she's going through, and no one should have to do that ever.
Some questions, you know, we got here, and I totally agree with you when it comes to Brandi. No mom should ever, you know, have such a tragedy in their life. Is Lisa the girlfriend that Stacey had there at the house? Is that who Lisa is, or
no?
Wondering who Lisa is.
I'm sorry, Tina.
Tina Marie.
Yeah, Brandon's shirtless mother. I put one on. I put one on her mailbox every month, and when I go back the next day, it's gone.
Oh my
She
gosh!
has a whole lot of God stuff out front of her house, so apparently she's very religious.
Wow. Yeah, she would have to be religious because she's trying to run away from the sin and the shame that she has, knowing that her son did something to this child.
I do have a quick message for Stacey Wondra. Stacey, if you are as God-fearing as you say, you will put a mother's heart to rest. Because as it stands right now, there's a place for you in hell. But if you come clean with something, you may actually get to plead your case at the gates of heaven when you die. But as of right now, there's a special place in hell for you.
Yep, I hope he's listening. And damn, we are so thankful for your bravery. I almost started cracking up laughing when you told me you're going to Tina Mariel's because I really think she knows something. Her and Brandon have a really good relationship, and I've always wondered if Brandon's ever said anything to his mom, and she just bails him out for anything and everything that he's ever done, paying his fines, getting him out of jail, you name it. She's always covering it. You know, she even paid for his fines so that he can come back into Idaho and get rid of his warrant.
Yeah, I followed that too. Yeah, but I have driven from her house through the road, down all the roads that Stacey and Brandon said that they went.
Mm-hmm.
And at normal time, it took me almost 3 hours to drive all those back roads in rush hour traffic.
So do you remember how long that they're saying that they spent traveling?
They said they were gone like 7 hours, I think. Now, I stopped to let my dogs go potty because I thought to myself, okay, they're supposedly towing a vehicle. But then I drove it just straight with just me. It took me 45 minutes to get to the entrance to their subdivision to Brendan Shirtlift's mom's.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, I've driven it during rush hour. I drove it on a weekend. I even stopped at a few places because I saw Justin for All had little square things marked on a corner where they broke down. And those were sewer thingies. And I went and searched all those. So I was just, I don't know.
I actually think I remember you talking in chat about.
I did.
Yep, you talked in chat about actually going there with your dogs.
I did, and the what was it? Star? I think it was the Star Police Department. They were already there on that corner, and they were already telling people, "Hey, go, go, go." So I waited for them to leave, and I went and looked in the square thingies. You know,
wow.
You know,
well,
I couldn't imagine my heart not being able to have answers. I mean, my dog was missing for an hour and a half, and I called 911. I did.
Well, I know Brandi is grateful for having such an amazing monkey army woman out there. Like, bless your heart and thank you. Oh my gosh, so much for being so strong and brave and doing all of those things and contacting Fruitland police and giving them information and everything. Like, bless your heart. And
yeah, I have parked my truck
with him.
I've parked my truck on that corner. Brandi and Tyler's house is 2 houses in from a corner. And when you stand on that corner, the entrance to Stacey Wondra subdivision is probably 100 feet. And the maps that they show that everyone is showing make it look so much farther, and it's not. Standing on the corner at Arizona and 9th, I can read Brandi's Michael Vaughan sign, all the letters on his missing poster at the entrance of their subdivision. It's that close.
Oh, wow.
And I walked it. Now I walk with a limp. I have 2 new knees, 2 new hips. And it took me less than 4 minutes to walk from Brandi's house to the Wondras' home. It's nothing.
Yeah.
It's right there. The splash pad is right there.
Yep, the splash pad that Stacey Wondra visited earlier that afternoon.
So where he sat and he put transmission fluid or whatever
Power
it was.
steering fluid.
Yeah, right outside of his subdivision. That right there, he can see Brandi's back wall.
To the backyard of their house from right there?
He can see the back wall of their house, the shed, because I stood right there in that little dirt area and I was like, oh, that's Michael's house right there. I have a lot of surgeries and I can throw a rock from where he was parked to where Brandi's house is. It's not, I mean, it's maybe.
So it's not, so you're saying that it's not even as big as like a city block?
No, where he was parked is probably, I'd say a 20-second walk. Where he was parked to Brandi's house is maybe tops a 30-second walk.
Wow. Yeah, the map do kind of make it seem or feel like it's a little bit longer. It's nice to actually talk to somebody that's like walked it, because yeah, the way you're talking, it makes it sound like everything was so much closer, you know. So Michael actually didn't wander too far off away from the house before this all happened.
And the thing is when I stood, when I had my truck parked and my 3 dogs were running around in the field right next to it. And I'm looking up the street, the long way where he said he supposedly saw a child. That would be about as far as, God, I can't even think. Not even a half a football field, maybe a quarter of a football field. The houses are small, very, very close together, and they're not that far apart. I mean, it's right there. If he was parked there and saw a child standing on the corner by Brandi's, he would be able to tell the color of the child's teeth and eyes. That's how close it is. He's lying. I went there. I had to go there.
Yeah, he changes his story so many times about what the child was wearing, whether or not it was a boy or a girl, you know, being on the sidewalk, being in the yard, not knowing what the child was playing with, when he acts like, or starts to begin to talk about that he did see the child playing with something. And then when he's asked about what the toy was, he doesn't want to talk about it. And then later on, somewhere way down the road, he ends up saying that it was a Hispanic little boy on a totally different street. I mean, he's just a liar and a manipulator. That's what he does. And
so what I believe is I think he's trying to convince himself at the same time as convincing everyone else by adding to it or taking away from it with each thing that he says, every interview, and even the things that the same stuff he was telling me after I started being his friend, you know. And it's just, in my heart, I believe that they do know him and Sarah, and I don't know about the other 2, but I do believe that Stacey does know about Michael. I am 99% sure in my heart that he knows exactly where Michael is. But the problem is Stacey has no empathy. He doesn't feel sorry for anybody. He doesn't love. He has no emotion. Literally, he has no emotions in his soul. And I don't know what that's called, but
a pure narcissist.
Well, that too, but honestly, he feels no empathy toward anything. You know, anything that he broke here or dirtied here, oops. And he doesn't feel it. And it's hard for me to describe, but he does not feel like we do. He doesn't feel emotions the same way we do. He has none.
Yeah, even like Kelly's saying, jumping around from one YouTube channel to another, he just couldn't keep his story straight. And I mean, you see emotion, but it's all anger emotion, or sometimes you even see him a little bit scared. But the fact that you say like you really feel like he is a part of Michael's abduction, I mean, he's incarcerated and he's throwing out tips where Michael Vaughan's body is. And if he's throwing out that kind of tip, he has to have some kind of involvement in Michael's abduction.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, the police come and question you. Why all of a sudden, oh, I got tired of being questioned, so I told him he was buried in the backyard. Why didn't you just say, I mean, I've been to that subdivision. Why didn't you just say he was down the ravine at the end of the street on Arizona? That is a huge ravine that goes into a river. I went to Fruitland and said, oh, my dogs went down there and they wouldn't come back up. Can you go check? You know, I went to the Fruitland Police Department. I talked to the lady detective and I said, hey, I trust my dogs, and they were digging and they wouldn't come back up. She said, I know, I understand. I believe you. And sure enough, they went back out and checked because my dogs were down there.
Damn.
So, I mean, why say in your backyard?
Yeah.
I mean, in the area of where they live, where Brandi lives, at the very end of the road that goes, I believe it's Arizona, at the very end of the road, it dead ends into a big gully and goes into all this brush, and it's steep. There's no way I could even walk down there. And then there's a big river. Why not say that? Why your backyard? Why would you lie and say your backyard? Because you didn't have a chance to lie. You told the truth. That's what I believe. He told the truth. He knew Michael was there, but now he's not.
Right. And a lot of people believe like you. And then I wonder whether or not somebody moved him and he didn't know that Michael was moved. Yeah. He gave the tip to maybe get some time off from being in prison, and then sent them with that tip so he could get some time off. But then when they show up, Michael's not there. But either way it goes, the way that I feel it went or the way you feel it went, either way, it still pointed at Wondra having something to do with something. And, you know, with his abduction or whatever. And it also pointed the finger right back at him because we now know that Michael was in the yard.
Yeah.
He just got moved.
And then the police dogs hit at Brandon's mom's house, you know, and I have gone through dry bed gulches over by Tina's. There's a bridge area with a dry river through there, and in the winter time, at the end of winter, it floods and everything. And I walked that whole thing with my dogs, and I walk with my dogs because if my dogs smell something, they're going to dig it up. And I can't get this little boy out of my head. I watch the videos that Brandi posts, and it's like, I know him and I want to find him. I could never imagine. I could never fear to even imagine what she's going through. There are questions that nobody can answer. And even after the answers are found, Brandi's heart is still going to have questions. And I feel for her so bad.
Let's time out this person. I don't need this in here. One of my moderators, get rid of it.
I can't read it. I can't read anything. I have just you and I on my screen.
Okay. Yeah, somebody's in here just wanting to be whatever. We can put them in timeout or something. And
maybe it's Stacey.
Maybe it is. Stacey, if you're here, maybe we won't time out you. And if you want to come up, come up. I'll throw out a link. Just let me know.
Please come out, question me. Stacey, feel free to come on here and call me a liar or question me about why this or anything. Just come up here because I know you're watching this because you sent me a damn text message.
Yeah. He found my little community here of just a little over 1,000 people.
No, and
because he's stalking Facebook or YouTube, I mean.
Yeah, I first found you on Facebook, and you look like a girl that lives on the street behind me that rides her motorcycle. And I remember I asked you, do you live in Idaho? So on Facebook, and you said no. Right.
Yeah, you can go ahead and unblock him, y'all.
Oh, that's right. Yaya is one of your mods. Oh God. Yeah. All this time I was always on Purple's channel and I was bad mouthing Stacey and but I could never say who I was because I was working with another creator, to get Stacey put back in prison.
I know the feeling. I work with other people too. There's lots of stuff that I know that I can't talk about and stuff. So I totally get it. Yeah, we all want to know where Michael is, Stacey. So if you're watching, come up here and let us know.
I mean, all he's got to do, seriously, he can write on a note and slip it to a librarian or a bus driver on the city bus. Just anything. Anything.
Yeah, and he's already flipped on everybody before when he said where Michael was buried in the backyard. So why not just flip and do something before somebody else does? Because one of them is going to flip on the other when it all comes down to indictments and they all get handcuffed and walked into the police department. Of course, Sarah's still going to be in prison, but we're talking about the other 3 suspects right now. But somebody's going to flip. None of them want to spend the rest of their lives in prison.
There are so many anonymous ways that any of these 4 could tell where Michael is or what happened or a hint of where he is. I mean, it doesn't have to be going to the police. It could be, an anonymous phone call from a payphone in a Staples or an Applebee's, and anywhere. There's so many ways that they could anonymously say where Michael is. They don't care. They don't care.
No, they just want to save their asses.
It's selfish. It's
selfish. Brandi and the family, they need this peace now more than ever with Brandi being sick right now.
Yes, I wanted to touch on that real quick. So I'm a donor and I'm O negative. And you can send this to Brandi. If she needs a liver transplant, I'm a donor. I'm on the National Donors Registry. I will give her my liver, half my liver, because I need her to be here when they find Michael. I need her to be around to help with everything. So I will donate her my liver. I don't work. I have no problem donating to her.
I am so blown away with your generosity and the love that you show to Brandi and the family. And I'm sure she will watch this, or like Callie is is super close to Brandi. I'm sure she'll pass it along, but your generosity, we're so blessed to have you here talking to us and wow, I'm just blown away.
And from what I've seen of I think they're called trolls on YouTube, me being open and generous is going to get twisted on me. Oh, she knows something. No, I know nothing. I want to know. But Yeah, I'm a donor. I've donated marrow, I've donated blood, I donated my hair a few years ago. I was completely bald. You know, if Brandi Neal is needing a donor, a liver donor, she can call me with no problem.
If anybody here has Brandi's telephone number and can contact her and let her know, yeah, you get back to me and let me know, and then I can pass along Kelly's phone number because she's already emailed it to me. I haven't heard whether or not Brandi does still need a donor or what.
I don't know if any of you have seen the movie with Angelina Jolie. It's called The Changeling. It's the true story of a little boy in Walter in Los Angeles. And this mother fought and fought and fought to find her son. Turns out that he was one of the boys that was murdered, possibly murdered at some place called the Chicken Ranch or something. But that mother died of cancer before she had answers. That is my all-time favorite movie because of how hard that woman fought, and they made a true story out of it. And Angelina Jolie played beautifully. But it's called The Changeling, and I don't want Brandi. I need Brandi around to watch this man suffer when his day in court comes.
This person is saying that they will come up on panel. I'm gonna put up a link. If it's just a troll and it ain't whatever.
Oh, hopefully it's Stacey.
Yeah, we'll see if it's Stacey. I'm dropping the link. Why not?
I wonder if I can do this sideways. Oh no, because then I go sideways. Never mind.
I just dropped the link, cuz if you want to come up. Don't know who you are. Are you Stacey? Who are you? You're saying that.
What are they saying? I can't see the chat.
Oh, it says cuz it's saying what is wrong with you all? He don't know anything. People are talking to him and people are asking him to come up, and they're accusing me of clicks, likes, and views, and invite me up. I will come. So I put out the link and we'll see if they show.
So I'm going to say what I think every person in all of these chats is thinking, but there's not enough room to type what they're thinking. Stacey has an $80 million supposed lawsuit. Says, I have no involvement. I'm innocent. But yet he has all these details. He's the one, he started this by saying, Michael is buried in my backyard. Then he says, Adrian did it. He's the one that put himself in this situation. Yes. For the first year that Michael was gone, they had no leads, no clue until Stacey Wondra called a tip. So he did this to himself. So if he does have his day in court on this $80 million lawsuit, he's going to be charged with hindering an investigation, false information, a whole lot of new charges. And he did this to himself, nobody else. Him threatening Brooks on YouTube today. Brooks didn't do this. Stacey did. He's an idiot. Narcissistic idiot.
She's just sharing information that I've already shared, or that you can't. I mean, you can easily look it up on Google and see this lawsuit. It came up on, and it's the only thing that I was actually able to find. And cuz we're waiting, we threw up the link and we're all just sitting here waiting for you to come up on panel if you want to talk.
Yeah. I mean, I get a lot of information from the creators, and I write down a timeline and I compare with others, and I have, but the best that that I found so far was taking that drive. And oh my God, where was I just going with this? Oh, the only creator that I found that I do not like, and I won't watch her, is, I'm not going to say names, but
yeah, thank you
she's
for.
out. Yeah, she's out for Brandi and Tyler did it, and absolutely not. You
Yeah,
know?
we all know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that's, you know, and so when I wanted to come out and clean with a creator, I watched several, and then and I've watched you several times, and you have no drama, no bull crap. And that's when I decided, okay, I'm going to tell her who I am.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm honored to have you here. I am so thankful. When you mentioned having him at your house, I remembered exactly who you are
Yeah.
because we've talked about this in chat before.
Yeah.
I don't get really pushy with having people on panel and stuff. I don't like scaring people away. I just like people to tell their story when they're ready to tell their story. And yeah, I appreciate you getting up here and talking about everything, you know, on my channel. It's amazing, and I'm grateful to have you here. And you're just an angel sent from above right now. I tell you what, I couldn't be any more happy to
Well,
have you here.
Well,
I mean,
I'm humbled by what you're saying, but compliments and everything and acknowledgement, it's not what I'm looking for. I want to find the truth. I want to help others find the truth. And anything that I can do to help and keep Brandi around, I will. You know, I haven't gotten to do a lot with my life. And when I heard that Brandi was sick when she came out a few days ago, I said, huh, maybe there's a reason that Stacey Wondra stayed at my house. Maybe this is the reason, you know, maybe God threw him in my path to hopefully help Brandi, you know, and I've not really done anything huge with my life, but if I can do this for Brandi, if I can help in any way with this, I want to cry because I can't even imagine what she going to bed at night and not having to check on all of her children.
yeah, this case is just so heartbreaking. I have shed many tears, so has many other people here, especially with Brandi coming out and asking for help, and now it's knowing about her health conditions and just going through one more thing to go through, you know, when she's already dealing with Michael being gone. I can't even imagine their heartbreak and stuff that they're going through, especially during this time of year, you know.
Right.
Click that link, everybody, at the top. Buy a gift or something for one of the kids. Praying is free if you want to send your prayers.
Yes, please. I went on there today and there's a couple things I want to get for the kids. So if you guys can see the link at the top for their Christmas list, I didn't see anything for Blue. So, and I don't know what she's into. So
I know on one of the lives, it was either on Brooks's live or Purple's live, they just said something about maybe some gift cards for the teenagers. I didn't see anything on there for Blue. I was actually confused by that too. So I'm just telling everybody there is a link on there to get gift cards. So you can get gift cards on there on those links to give to the teenagers so they can go out and get for themselves what they want for Christmas.
Well, from what I've seen, you know, TikToks or not TikToks, Facebooks and YouTubes that Brandi has done with Blue, she seems like the type of kid that would say, I don't want anything, just get something for my brothers and sister.
She does.
That's the type of kid she seems like to me. Oh, just no, get my mom something, you know. She sounds so unselfish, and I'm a pretty good judge of knowing somebody's personality. That's why I was so confused by Stacey. I didn't pick up on anything from him, you know. But yeah, Blue seems like the type of kid, she's not worried about herself in any way. She's worried about everybody else. So
Yeah, I think that she's one good child. I think Brandi's raising some amazing children.
Aw.
Blue's getting ready to graduate. She's working. She's doing amazing in school. She's always there for her mama. She sings that beautiful song on
I
the
know.
Yeah,
I watch every Monday.
Oh, I don't even get a chance to do that every Monday. It makes me feel bad that I'm not on there every, Kelly Dime, she knows the family. She's saying you're spot on.
Oh, am I? Oh, thank you. Yeah, she just seems to be a really unselfish, more concerned about everybody else teenager from the things that I've seen. And I watch the videos of Michael and I'm like, oh my God, he is so inquisitive. He's adventurous, inquisitive, and wants to know and touch everything. So, and she's just missing that,
Well, I'm looking forward to having more conversations with you and any updates that you might want to bring us sometime, and just bless your heart for coming up here and talking to us all and telling us about Stacey and your story and what you went through with him and stuff. I mean, damn, you are tough, because I am telling you what, I get up here and I may talk loud a little bit, but I'm kind of a chicken little, and if I had him in my house and I found out who he was, I honestly, I just don't know how brave I could be.
I was scared, but I'm telling you,
would be too.
I don't know where the bravery came from, but I stood up to him. And when I say he's a big guy, he's a big guy. And it's not just round, it's tall. And I actually kind of got scared. What if he retaliates? But he didn't. He didn't fight it in any way. And I did. I got scared in telling him to leave, but I was adamant, pushy, and believe me, I peed my pants on the way home. So, yeah.
Well, we do have County Cuz here in the background. I can see that it is not Stacey Wondra like we thought. I'm going to go ahead and let you fall off, and we'll put Country Cuz up here and see what she's got to say.
All right. You have a good night. You have my phone number. I'm always home unless I'm at a doctor's appointment. So, and I have people that live here at the house. So I'm safe. So.
Okay. Yeah,
All right.
you stay safe and keep that phone close to you in case you need to call the police, and we're just so thankful for having you here. And yeah, it was an honor to have you on here, and I can't wait to chat with you and maybe have you back up again.
Thank you, Sam.
Again. Thank you, Kelly.
Everybody out there, be safe. God bless.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, I don't know how to do this.
Okay, so Country Cuz is here. Let's see what they got to say.
Well, I was asked to come up because I was defending Stacey and Sarah. You guys are only portraying what you see from the media, but I know them personally, and I'm going to stick up for them because what you guys are saying is not true or factual. Show me your receipts. Show me where you're getting your information.
Well, our information comes from Fruitland Police Department. They dug up the backyard from the tip that was given to them by Stacey Wondra.
Yep, you're correct.
And Michael's body was in that backyard and then moved, according to the evidence.
What evidence, though? No, that's what you're speculating. What evidence? Show me the evidence. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He made an accusation. It's not true. If it was true, 3 years after the fact, why is he not arrested? It went to the grand jury not once, not twice, but 3 times. Where is the evidence?
But how do you know how many times it's gone before the grand jury when the grand jury is all private proceedings?
It's not private proceedings. Look at the Argus. Look at what's put out on the media. It's not private. It's not private. You're wrong there.
Well, there are 4 suspects in this case, and it's Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, Brandon Shurtleff, and Adrian Lucian.
Yes.
And that information is given to us by Fruitland Police.
Yes. Okay.
And we do know that 4 feet of dirt was dug in that backyard. We do know that cadaver dogs hid in that backyard. We do know that cadaver dogs also hit at Brandon Shurtleff's mom's house that also puts...
No, that's false. That's false right there. That's false. No, you do not know that. That is fake information. That's not true. That's not true.
And you know that to not be true. Why?
I do. Because I know them personally. That is not true or factual. I'm telling you that's not true. Okay, and 3 of the suspects out of the 4 were not there. The one you're not focusing on is Adrian.
Oh, I focused on Adrian.
No, listen to me. Adrian was there. Adrian was there. Brandon, Sarah, and Stacey were not. The one with child trafficking was at the home. He was not out of town. He was not with his baby mama. He was at the home. They dropped him off. I have video evidence. I sent it to the police already. Adrian should be the number 1 suspect. Number 1. Stacey, Sarah, and Brandon had nothing to do with this. You're focusing your information on the wrong people. Get it straight.
Well, I put my focus on all 4 suspects. I do a lot of work with people that know this.
Why are you not talking about Adrian, who was there?
You obviously have not watched a lot of my shows because I have covered Adrian. I've covered Adrian and the people that he speaks to, the people that he's thrown under the bus, which are the twins from Idaho. I have focused on all 4 suspects. They're all involved in some way, shape, or form. Just because you know them doesn't mean that they're not involved. I mean, nobody would want to think that they actually know a person that could be involved in a missing child or an abduction case. So I'm going to listen to LE. I'm going to listen to the inside work that I know, the law enforcement that I have talked to, the people that I work with outside of this YouTube community that I do not speak of, when I do know the facts and know that these people are the suspects.
They are suspects. You're 100% correct in that.
And involved. Stacey Wondra couldn't have known about Michael's body being buried in that backyard unless he had information or knowledge. J.D. Huff says that all 4 of these suspects has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. That's what J.D. Huff says, the chief of Fruitland Police.
Let me ask you a question. How many times have you tried to contact him or spoke to him or know this? He did a press release. I seen it with my own eyes.
I've spoken to who? Who are you talking about? Who have I spoken to?
J.D. Huff.
No, I have not spoken to him.
That's correct. Because I personally reached out to him numerous times. He will not return any phone calls. They say, go to the hotline, go to the hotline, go to the hotline. With what? With questions? But they're not going to return your calls. They don't return the calls. All I'm trying to tell you is, listen, there's 4 suspects that they're not guilty. That don't make them guilty. Are you the jury and the judge? Like, what? Why do you assume that they're guilty because they're suspects?
I believe they're guilty. A lot of people believe that they're guilty and have something to do.
Based on what? Based on the media?
Based on the evidence, based on what J.D. Huff has spoken about. Just, I don't understand what you're trying to say I just, like, let us know what you're trying to say. How do you know where Adrian Lucien is?
I didn't say I did know where he was. I never
No,
said
I mean that you said you knew that he was there at the house that night, and that
Oh, I
Stacey
know
and
that
Sarah
because
and
I
Brandon
have
weren't.
that. I have that. Sarah, I've personally spoken to them. I know Adrian was at that house that night. He was not with his baby mom or whatever the fuck they were trying to say, but I know Adrian was there when Brandon, Sarah, and Stacey left that house. I know Brandon was there, and I know for a fact, based on factual information, that he was there, and I've already provided that to the police. Adrian was at that home when Michael went missing. 1 out of the 4 have ties to child trafficking, child abduction. That's Adrian. And he was the only one there. Stacey, Sarah, and Brandon, think about it. Are they smart enough really to outlast the police for 3 fucking years? No, they weren't. No, they're not.
Well, they obviously weren't, because their fingers are all being pointed at them all. And I'm glad that you turned in the information that you have to law enforcement.
They all know
And I hope that information finds, the case well, and,
No,
but
okay, let me tell you.
we all go by what law enforcement has said, what they have put out there. I mean,
I reached out to Brandi. I reached out to a lot of people. I said, hey, I sent them the videos. I've sent them the text messages. I said, listen, here's the truth. Stacey, Sarah, and Brandon had nothing to do with this. They don't have the mental capability. But Adrian was at the house. Adrian released a video. Oh, I'm being targeted by the twins. The twins are going to kill me, blah, 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 blah. I'm putting this out there. That's where you need to focus your attention. You guys are doing all this for clicks, likes, and views. It's not. It has nothing to do.
It's not about click, likes, and views. This is about bringing awareness for Michael, his case. No, wait 1 second, and let me find something for you so I can show you that I do look into everything, okay? Because I have a video here. Okay. I want to share it. Hold on 1 second. Let me find it. Let me see. And Brandi is here in the comments.
And you know what? I've sent this to Brandi. Brandi knows this. I've sent her videos. I've reached out so she knows I'm not like an idiot, like just spewing shit. Like, I've reached out to Brandi, and I want nothing more from her, for her to have like peace and comfort and the answers. But
so this is one thing that I've covered here on the station. I just want to show you that, I do cover Adrian. I do know about the Pope twins and who they are, who they're associated with, where they're from Twin Falls, Idaho. Let me throw this up real quick. You can watch it with me.
Okay.
They didn't kidnap that kid or kill the kid. So that was completely him. Don't be trying to put it off on me and my brother. I'll fucking smoke you guys myself. I won't be going to jail for smoking a kid. I'll be going there smoking y'all. Fuck around.
From Ohio.
That's actually one of the Pope twins talking right there, giving a message to Adrian after Adrian threw one of the Pope twins under the bus.
I know he did. But they're not from Idaho. They're from Ohio.
No, they're from Twin Falls, Idaho. They all went to school together during the time that Lucien went to school in Twin Falls to college. And Brandi is in the comment section now saying that she's never responded to you.
No, she has never. No, she has never. But I have sent her the information, but she has never responded. I never said she did. I never said she responded to me. I never said that. I said she had the information. I sent it to her with video and with messages, so she knew I wasn't full of bullshit. But she never responded to me, and I never said she did.
Well, I just, I wanted to bring you up. Everybody in chat thought maybe you were Stacey, because of the messages and stuff. Yeah, we're not Stacey. We're all going by the facts that we're given by
Never
Ellie.
responded to Cuz, and that she's like, have I ever responded to Cuz? No, she has not, and I never said she did. But what I said is she has the information, and I've sent it to her, and I've sent her video proof so she knows I'm not full of shit. And I sent her messages so she knows. I was just verifying. No, I never said she did respond to me. Brandi, I never said that. What I said, Brandi, was I did send that to you mom to mom, so you know I'm not full of shit. I'm not like yanking your chain. And what I'm sending you is factual. And that's what you know and I know. I never said we had any connection or any correspondence. I never said that. Just to get that straight. And from mom to mom, I wish her nothing but truth and peace, and I pray for that every night. And that's all I'm saying. I never said anything like that again. No.
Well, I appreciate you coming up and letting us know what your opinion is about it. And, we're just here to advocate for Michael. It's not for clicks, likes, and views.
No.
That's not what it is.
But just
for me and my channel.
You've got 4 sides to the story. I want you to not only focus just on Stacey, because Stacey runs his mouth and he says things, and there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. But I'm telling you, the one you need to focus on is Adrian. Adrian, are you listening to me? Because I'm telling you right now, focus on freaking Adrian and the twins. That's where your focus needs to be. Because that little prick was there all night with no alibi. None.
How long have you known
For years.
Stacey and Sarah?
I've known them for years, so it's not like this is just like a month or 2 months. I've known them for years, and I'm telling you, as I stand here breathing and speaking, Adrian, you have no alibi, and you were at that house alone by yourself minutes before Michael came up missing, and you are the only one who has connections to a child trafficking ring, and that's where this investigation needs to be focused. Period.
And
I've said it.
Hold on one second. I'm reading questions from chat, so I'm trying to keep up with everybody here. What did Tina get wrong about the dogs hitting in her yard?
I didn't say that they did. I never said that they did.
Well, I mentioned the fact that the dogs...
And I never responded to that, because all I'm trying to tell you is when the dogs, Adrian was there, he had plenty of opportunity to bury the little boy in the backyard and move him the next day. I'm trying to tell you guys, it's not about Stacey and Sarah and Brandon.
When I mentioned the fact
they're simple-minded.
Brandon, has some kind of involvement because the dogs, cadaver dogs, hit at Brandon's mom's house. And then you said, no, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Well, show me your proof. Where did they hit? Show me. Where's it ever been released? Where?
It has been released, and I showed it earlier, and I can show you to it again. It's been released. 17 cop cars came to the house.
They went there and investigated, but they said it was a sewage leak.
No, that's what Tina said that it was. Tina said that it was a sewage leak. And that
give me a few. I need to read
cadaver dogs hit on her toilet, but mountain search and rescue.
Hold on a second.
Here's where it says that Tina claims that cadaver dogs smelled poop outside
Right,
near
that's
the vent
yeah,
in the crawl space where there was a leaky toilet. But Mountain Search and Rescue actually came out later on and said that dogs do not hit.
I got a quick question for you. So in Brandon's house, did the dogs ever hit on her toilet seat, or did they ever hit in her property anywhere?
Yes.
Okay, because somebody online, I sent you the whole link, is saying that Brandon's mom said that cadaver dogs hit on her toilet seat. But
yeah, but that's not true.
Okay, so
So here it is right here. It says Public Relations Director Mark Sullivan works for the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue and a team that has been very active in the search for Michael, consulted with canine experts on his teams who told him that no cadaver dogs do not alert on human feces.
So where's
And this is
human remains?
They hit on human remains. It's a cadaver dog. Who are you speaking with?
Fucking human remains. It was never one person or one specific. It was labeled as, they said they hit on human scent. Human scent could be fucking anybody.
Fecal matter.
Any person.
But cadaver dogs don't hit. Stacey, why don't you come up here and explain it to us?
No, don't, Stacey, because this is an ambush. I'm gonna drop them. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Brooks is the one that started this shit because she called me yesterday and I fucking hit her with the fucking cease and desist shit.
Okay, I'll talk to you in a second. All right, bye. All right.
Cadaver dogs don't hit on poop or
feces
from a leaky toilet.
Well, talk to your local PD about that. But what you're doing right now is for click, likes, and views. Bye.
Well, there you have it. Stacey Wondra showed his face. He's out of prison not even a month. And yeah, he's already talking. And he didn't want to show his face up here because why? I mean, you're already talking on the phone with somebody else. Come over here and talk with us. You've never spoken to me. You don't know who I am. I don't know if you've watched my shows or not, but I'm pretty legit. I just have some questions, or if you just want to talk, Stacey, come up here and just talk. Explain to me about how cadaver dogs don't hit on poop or hit on poop. It just doesn't make sense. Tina Mariel wanted everybody to believe that because she's protecting Brandon, and you're just trying to protect yourself right now. I feel like I need to apologize for letting that conversation go on as long as it did. Her questioning how we know, but we all know who the 4 suspects are. We know that Stacey's one of them. We know he's making threats to anybody and everybody out there right now that wants to talk about him or talk about his $80 million lawsuit. I do my shows not for click, likes, and views. I do that so that Michael has awareness. I'm doing this show here because Brandi asked people to start doing shows again for Michael because she's afraid that her son's case is going to get lost. Let's just go through the comments. I'm sure everybody has something to say. I'm trying to find my words right now. I'm actually even trying to calm down just a little bit because that was kind of, I've never had anybody like that just pop up randomly into my channel. So, you know, inviting somebody up like that, I didn't know quite what to say or what to do. I just kind of wanted to let her talk. I've actually seen her, I feel like though, on somebody else's channel before. And as soon as she started talking on the phone, I knew that that was Stacey on the other end. I knew it. And then he started speaking. So Stacey is definitely watching. Here we go. Let me read through these comments. Thank you so much, Brandi, if you're still here, for coming here. I hope that lots of people go into the Amazon and help the family out for Christmas. I just want to show you that you were heard, that we are going to be here for you. So anytime, you need us, let us know. I was happy to do a show tonight. Carly says, I feel like jumping through the screen. I can't take it. The facts that she thinks knows the truth and what's important. Go get receipts from Fruitland. I'd much rather listen to Hot Mess. And I'm sorry that I had Hot Mess leave. Wasn't too sure what was going to be being said. Hot Mess had already really told her story. We'll have her again. I'll speak to her again. Hot Mess also said nobody is saying that any of them did anything. They know details of Michael and what happened. We want the information we know to find Michael. And that's what we want. We want the information that's going to come out that's actually going to give this family peace. Thank you guys, everybody, for posting up some questions for me to ask her. Yeah, she didn't really want to answer any questions. She just wanted to continue her narrative of, Sarah and Stacey didn't do it. And if she's friends with them now, she angled the phone just right, and we could all see Stacey holding up his finger, telling her, shh. Okay, I have been here the whole time, Brandi says. Thank you all so much for sharing, Michael. You guys have been an amazing chat tonight. And Hot Mess, Brandi heard you and what you had to say about your liver. Well, I had intended on coming on here and doing a show for about an hour and a half to 2 hours, and it ended up being a 4-hour show. I was really happy to have Hot Mess up here and let her talk about Stacey. Callie Dimes, Stacey sure has a lot to say about the search at Tina's. Isn't that the truth? They always have. It's always been the search at Tina's or the duffel bag. Whenever those two things are mentioned, he doesn't like it. Everybody's sending Brandi lots of love, and really just glad to have everybody here talking, and grab that link above to send the Vaughan family some Christmas wishes. Yeah. How can this woman come on here and say those things when Ellie has had them for when Ellie had them for as suspects? We believe Ellie, not Stacey or Stacey's friends. Exactly. And she acts like we've never focused on Adrian. Adrian's actually one. Now, I'm not trying to convince her of anything, but I'm just saying Adrian's actually one of those people that's very hard to find information on. And most of my information that I have collected on Adrian has all been passed to me by my little informant that I have on the side. So, yeah, he changes his profiles a lot, whether it's on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok. He's always around, he's always watching, but if you don't catch him before he changes his profile, it's really, really hard. And he is on a lot of drugs, and he's also kind of out of his mind right now. Like, he's done drugs now so heavy and so hard that he's actually losing his mind. I recently, just have done a big deep dive on Adrian, and yeah, it's hard to come up with information on him because he just wants to disappear and stay gone. Yeah, we don't believe Stacey and Sarah's friends. You know, and it would be difficult, wouldn't it, to be a friend of one of the suspects? I mean, in all honesty, it would be difficult if somebody came to me and told me that my best friend or one of my friends had something to do with a child abduction. At first, you don't really want to believe it, but then you might want to look into things a little bit. You might actually want to follow the research and fact check and maybe not listen to your friends so much. I mean, I would really have to look into things, but your first reaction would be like, I don't really want to believe this. Who would want to believe that anybody that you knew would have something to do with something, right? Let's see. Avi says, I think you're just pointing the finger at Adrian. But it was you, Stacey, wasn't it? That's Avi's opinion. We are all giving hugs to Brandi. You are so welcome, Brandi. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. Everybody here is probably really glad to see you. We all know that you were doing the, break away from social media, taking a break and stuff, and we do know that you're tired, and we just hope and pray to God for you to heal, that your illness will get better and that your transplant will go well, and we just want all of the best for you. And we just kind of want this illness and stuff to just drop away, because we know that that's got to be hard to deal with when you're already dealing with so much. Yeah, she was stating her opinions. I got facts. I got all kinds of facts. I got facts that I'm not even allowed to share, so I'm not worried about her and what she thinks I have and what I don't have. I just know that I'm not here for click, likes, and views when I have like a little over 1,000 subscribers. It just doesn't make sense, does it? I'm here because Brandi wants people to bring awareness for Michael. And on that note, I've been here for 4 hours and 13 minutes and going on 50 seconds. And it's been a long live. And I'm super, super glad that I had the live tonight. I'm glad that Hot Mess came on. I'm actually glad that Cuz came on and we got to hear a little bit from Stacey trying to weasel out of and try to explain the scent dogs or the cadaver dogs over there at Tina Marill's house, because he's just sticking up for Brandon, which we heard him say to Brooks that, yeah, I'm going to stick up for Brandon and Sarah. What about Adrian? And why are you sticking up for Brandon? That's what I want to know. I would love it if you'd talk about it. Good night, Clara. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys for all being here. Thank you, moderators, for being here. We had a lot of really unexpected stuff go on tonight, but we go with the flow, and I appreciate you all being here. I'm going to let's see, what do I got here that I can put up for Michael? I have a video to just pray for Michael. If everybody wants to throw up some Michaels and some blue hearts for Michael and some prayers for Brandi, our hearts are always with you. We're always thinking about you and Michael. Even if I'm not up here doing a live, I'm still thinking about your family. We love you. Thank you, Monkey's Army, for being here, for showing up. I appreciate you all. all my subscribers, members, people that just pop in. I appreciate you. Yaya, thank you so much for the super chat sticker tonight. That's amazing. Yeah, and thanks again, moderators, for being here. I'm gonna let you guys go. Throw out those hearts, prayers, monkeys.